Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, December 1st meeting of the Carrboro Town Council. Let's see, before we get going, I just wanted to say that I heard from Jackie that she has a bad headache, so she's not going to be joining us tonight. So wanted to let everyone know that. We'll start out our meeting tonight, as we usually do, I hope, Kathy, with a poem by our poet laureate, Fred Joyner.
Hello, everybody.
Yay, there he is. Hey, Fred.
How's everyone doing?
Good. Good to see you.
All right. Good to see you, too. Hope everyone had a good... Probably ate too much.
Yeah.
I'm going to read from a collection of poems by a poet named Kwame Dawes. It's a book called City of Bones. He's a professor. He was here. He spent some time close, not far. He was a professor in South Carolina, University of South Carolina. Now he's in Nebraska. And he wrote this whole series of poems about stuff in the Carolinas. And I was reading through this collection, and a poem jumped out at me. It's called Black Suits. And there's a little location here. Black Suits, Wilmington, North Carolina, 1898. We all know that date. From the top of this street, I can see the slow procession of black suited men. Black men, proud-headed, now bowed trees. Their feet kicking up dust, 5, 10, 15. All our dignity in scraggly single file, heading towards the station. They will board the train, a phalanx of whites wrangling for a chance to spit at them. The dead chill of fall hangs over everything. From here, we watch the shame of our brokenness, the usurpation of all we have gained since the bedlam of that war's madness. A coup, an insurrection, the white stain of white supremacy. Our men must leave. Tomorrow we follow. Now begins our grief. So that's City of Bones, Kwame Dawes. He's an amazing, really amazing poet of Ghanaian Jamaican descent. And now he lives in Lincoln, Nebraska, teaching poems.
Thanks for reading that. That was a really powerful poem about the events around in Wilmington at that time. So thank you.
Thank you.
Last few weeks, Fred, you've been really picking some big ones.
Yeah.
I'm trying. I try to share people whose work really resonates and has something to say to us in today's time.
Important. Thank you, Fred.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So we don't have any resolutions or proclamations. We'll head on into the roll call, Kathy.
All right, Mayor and Council, if you would just say here or present. Mayor Lydia Lavelle.
Present.
Councilmember Barbara Foushee.
Present.
Councilmember Jacqueline Gist. She's absent. Councilmember Randy Haven O'Donnell.
Present.
Councilmember Susan Romaine.
Present.
Councilmember Damon Siles.
Present.
And Councilmember Sammy Slade.
Present.
Thank you.
All right, awesome. And then next we have announcement of upcoming meetings. Kathy?
Yeah, so as y'all know, this is the last meeting scheduled for this calendar year. Then you will go into your winter break, and your next meeting back will be January the 12th. So in between now and then, there's several meetings. There's basically a month full of meetings. So I want to direct everyone's attention to our website. If you have questions, if you're watching this, feel free to hit our website up and you'll be able to see the details of these meetings. So starting with December 3rd, the Environmental Advisory Board, Appearance Commission, Northern Transition Area Advisory Committee, and Planning Board will all be meeting. Oh, and the Transportation Advisory Board. And from 3 to 4 earlier that day, the Carrboro Tourism Development Authority will also be meeting. So, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. December 3rd was the Transportation Advisory Board, Planning Board, Northern Transition Area Appearance Commission, and Environmental Advisory Board. The Tourism Development Authority will not meet until December 7th at 3 p.m. The Greenways Commission will also meet December 7th. That's at 6:30 p.m. There's an outside agency human services Q&A workshop on December 9th at 9 a.m. that runs until 11. That's a virtual Q&A session. The Arts Committee has a meeting scheduled for December 9th at 6 p.m. The Economic Sustainability Commission will meet December 9th at 7:30 p.m. Stormwater Advisory Commission is December 10th. The Affordable Housing Advisory Commission, originally scheduled for the 16th of December, has been canceled. The Planning Board and Transportation Board are still showing meetings for December 17th, but I would say keep an eye out for those. If I'm remembering correctly, sometimes those turn into potlucks, but I would imagine those might be virtual this year, or they would maintain full meeting status. So that runs us through the 17th. What we don't have showing on the calendar just yet would be an additional meeting for the Youth Advisory Board. We met earlier today. We'll meet again and probably 2 or 3 more times before their event scheduled for January the 16th. And the time, I will email y'all all of the information on that, and we're going to start pushing out information as we get closer to the event. But I can now tell you the details. It's going to be a panel. It's going to be a conversation with panelists, completely arranged and invited by our youth members. So just, I look forward to that event, and I'll make sure that you all get the details for it as soon as possible. It's going to be great.
Thanks, Kathy. A couple of things I want to mention. Maybe one is Damon. I was going to mention MPO next Wednesday, Wednesday the 9th. We have that. And I'll get to Barbara in just a second. And we have, well, every December, the chamber usually recognizes kind of various members of our police and fire. And I believe they're going to have some kind of virtual event. We'll get some information about that probably in the next week or so. Also, Kathy, we have a couple of holiday events we usually do that may be of a virtual nature. I guess the public should stay tuned for whatever we may do with that. Is that correct?
Yeah, you're talking about the tree lighting event?
Yes. Yes,
that I don't have all of the details on, so I'm going to remain silent and let you know. Okay, keep an eye out. There will be details. I know it's been back and forth. It will be a virtual event. There will be a real tree at Town Hall, but the festivities will be virtual. And
Yes.
Dave may have the information on that.
December the 11th.
Okay.
At
All right.
6.
All right, so everyone can be excited about that virtual tree lighting, December 11th. And then the last thing I want to mention is when we start back in January, then our first meeting when we start back will be Tuesday, January 12th. So, okay, Barbara, you had.
Yeah, so just a reminder, Thursday is the Virtual Freedom Fund banquet. And if you bought tickets, you should have your link today. I know I got mine today. So start to look for the links to access the event. And I also think there are multiple conflicts for people, myself included, but I'm pretty sure that it will be available later on demand if for some reason, you're not there on Thursday. So just wanted to say that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm not sure if I got my link today, but I'll keep an eye out for it. So, all right, Randy, do you go ahead?
Yeah, 2 things. Well, first, thank you, Barbara, for mentioning that. And yeah, it's going to be spectacular. So please, if you haven't signed on to the Freedom Fund banquet, do as Barbara says, do it. I also wanted to point out that December 11th is the first day of Hanukkah as well. So tree light, and let's just get Carrboro all lit up. Lastly, let's see, I had one more. Well, maybe that was the three comments. Oh,
Okay.
Jackie is out, and so I'd like to formally excuse Jackie for the
Okay.
evening.
Motion by Jackie, motion by Randy to formally
Excuse Jackie.
for the evening. Is there a second by Susan? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Randy?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
Sammy?
Hi.
Me? Aye. Damon?
Hi.
Barbara?
Aye.
Okay. I almost went Kathy. So, all right. So now we're on to public comment. I think we have at least one person to speak on a matter not on the printed agenda. Right, Kathy?
Yeah, I'm bringing Bob Proctor over now. All right, Bob, we can see you. And I believe he wanted to share his screen, so that's part of his presentation. There you
Okay,
go.
here I am. Thanks for having me again. So I'm wondering, why hasn't planning the Fidelity Green Space been featured in Carolina Connects? This valuable central undeveloped land has much potential. That Connects process is planning the built environment for everyone, or is deciding the future of this green space the private province of Town Hall. No one outside of Town Hall had heard of the cemetery doubling in advance. Given the simultaneity of these two planning processes, why are they disjoint? In December, CVDA was paid to double the cemetery. Well before June, Tesca Associates were paid tens of thousands to conduct Carrboro Connects. The Carrboro Connects process had to be on the horizon when CVDA was hired. Should the cemetery be doubled by letting it devour the meadow? If this question continues to be excluded from the community planning discussion and kept as an unpublicized decision made within Town Hall, then the legitimacies of both of these planning processes will be undercut. The impression that we were told about the doubling is wrong. Sometimes I don't drive by the meadow in daylight for months, except for laundry runs. In October, a bulldozer was spreading dirt as I drove by. Its driver wrongly told me that he was prepping the meadow for graves. Later, the works director said the bulldozer had just been spreading grave dirt. If that driver hadn't been wrong, none of us would still know anything about the doubling. Of the three other people who've spoken up, two are neighbors, I told, and the third is a friend of one of those. So it bothered me when officials patted me on the back for showing up just in time to be involved. What I heard then was, by the way, Bob, did you know that you're on the Titanic with us and that we've already set sail? But no worries, you can help us arrange the deck chairs. On the Carrboro Connects map, someone else has already pinned a question asking why the meadow is labeled there as the Commons. No one has told Tesca about CVDA. The notification and listening bandwidths given to mobile multifamily residents is inequitable. The public was updated 13 ways about the 203 project. When the Lloyd property was permitted, a few James Street families were given an unlimited audience. Here's how much warning our 500-person neighborhood got before the bulldozer driver misspoke. Nothing.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
All right, so just for the listening public, we had an agenda item a few weeks ago where our Public Works director presented a proposed concept of, how we might expand the cemetery. And it was late one evening, and we received a report, and we agreed as a council to put it off for a work session so we could dive into it a little bit further. So that's kind of where the status is right now with that. And then I think I'll also say the comprehensive plan process, we were all involved in the kickoff last week and or maybe 2 weeks ago, but it's very, very early in the stages of that. And I know that one of our topics with that will be Parks and Recreation. And so there's plenty of opportunity to hear from the public, I think, about all of this. So appreciate Bob speaking with us tonight. All right, it looks like we have another speaker. Jay has joined us now, Jay Bryan. So Jay, it's good to see you.
Good to see you all. I'm Jay Bryan, a resident of Carrboro. I'm here to make a request to the council to approve the creation of a role of ombuds for the town, and to ask the town manager tonight to begin to look into that and make a report so that it could be considered for this year's fiscal tax year. The history of ombuds began in Scandinavia in the 19th century, came to the States in the 1960s, and has been prevalent since then in a number of areas: universities, public government, public sector, private sector, schools, nursing homes, prisons, a number of areas, including the justice system. That's why I got involved, because our mentoring committee for our judicial district decided to explore it as a role for the judicial district. And so I spoke to a number of people, including Chuck Howard, who wrote the Bible on organizational ombuds, is now the current director of the International Association of Ombuds that does a lot of training of ombuds in this country as well as internationally. As well, the ombuds for NC State and UNC, and particularly ombuds Jim Hugerich, who is the ombuds for the town of Chapel Hill. And based on those conversations and their input to me, I wrote a charter proposed for our judicial district. So I've explored a number of the issues for ombuds, as well as facts for it, and a job description. It's a voluntary role and resources that is confidential, and those are the highlights of it. It's independent of any organization that's paying it, so that people can trust that the information they get from it will be helpful to them and not be spread among others of the same population. And basically, as the town of Chapel Hill does, it's for employees of the town, as well as external stakeholders who are called visitors, people who live in the community who've been affected maybe by things that have happened in their neighborhood or with other neighbors or with the town, planning issues that go on. Jim's been involved in a number of those on behalf of the town and been effective in those in a separate role. But the main thing is that it's an opportunity for people to come and talk about what's concerning them, what are maybe conflicts, maybe misunderstandings. And certainly I've known in when I was Board of Aldermen back then, that there were any number of problems in the workforce that were not mean or misspirited, but they just came about due to the intensity that people feel. And particularly at this time with COVID, the stresses that are already normally there for your employees are into the future are going to be and have been certainly very, very harsh. So, and there are ongoing issues. You talked about the strategic plan that will certainly have impacts on your community and your constituents. They could take advantage of this role. It's a role that it really is about listening and just then responding and exploring different options for a person to avoid conflict, to gain better clarification. It's not a role that makes decisions or make recommendations necessarily about an individual. It doesn't advocate for an individual. It advocates for it. It supplies an ear and a response and explores options for the person to avoid conflict and other things such as lawsuits. The role would be in keeping with the IOA Code of Ethics, in my opinion, and standards of practice. I've talked it over with the town manager earlier this year. We had a number of good discussions about it, and I understood from him that there are some needs with regard to employees that could benefit from the role. And I would appreciate that you consider it. Jim Hugerich certainly is willing to come and talk to you about what he sees to be the benefits of it and how it's worked for the town of Chapel Hill. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Mr. Manager, do you want to respond? I mean, Jay says he's spoken with you about this idea.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jay. Yeah, we pre-pandemic, we had some conversations, and yeah, I thought it was an interesting concept and would be, some benefits to it. I think just with the pandemic, it just has not, just haven't put a lot of effort into it, at this point to really move it forward. And I really just, it's sort of the separation due to the pandemic, but I think that it definitely is an idea worth exploring, and there could be some merit to it. And of course, Jay offered his services to be an ombudsman for the town. So that's something that we would want to consider.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Manager. So it seems like this is something that you could maybe during budget discussions or as we approach the next fiscal year, you could kind of chat around or get a sense from council members, and or if anyone wants to respond at this time. I mean, we have kind of a lengthy discussion tonight on our agenda. We could, put this off to have Mr. Manager follow up with us about it, or what's the? I see some heads nodding. Does that seem like a good, Barbara?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think each one of us individually can weigh in on this during budget season. I don't know if everybody else wants to have like a general discussion, but that's my preference.
Yeah, I think I appreciate that. I think that's a good way to kind of go with it and trying to keep with staying on schedule. So, all right, thank you. Thanks, Jay. Appreciate it. All right, is there anyone else then, Kathy, here, other than what's on the printed agenda, I guess? All right.
No, I just did a quick check. That should be
Okay.
everyone.
And also, I just wanted a reminder of folks that we do have a closed session tonight. I don't, it's not on the agenda that I have, but we do have a closed session. I think we received an email about that attorney-client matter. So, all right, Mr. Manager, consent agenda.
Okay, Mayor and members of the council, there are 3 items on your consent agenda. The first item is approval of the minutes from November 10th and November 17th. And I believe Mayor Lavelle, you offered changes. I believe it's to November 17. Second item is adoption of your 2021 meeting calendar. And a question came up of, they are all scheduled to be virtual, but that can change at any time as we gain more information. And the third item, which is a lot of comments, was the advisory board recruitment and appointment policy, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I know we want to pull number 3, Sammy.
Yes, number 3, please. And also, sorry, apologies, minutes for November 10th. If we could pull those, I didn't get a chance to look at them.
Okay, I actually, thank you. I think the ones I sent the changes on actually might have been the 10th, but I'm not sure because I usually kind of go through them in order. That's all I was thinking. So, but it doesn't matter. But we can have a motion then for the 17th.
Motion for the 17th.
I'm so sorry. Hang on just a minute. Was yours, Barbara? Is yours to pull?
I had a question about our calendar, just really brief. It's not like this.
Yeah, go ahead because I had one too. Go ahead and ask it.
Yeah, because I know. In looking at the calendar, I know we're still in COVID, but when I looked and I was looking at January the 26th, I know, in the past, that last Tuesday, I believe has been Assembly of Government.
Okay, what I was going to ask Kathy was, thank you for that. I was going to ask Kathy, we sometimes slot it into the last Tuesday if there's a 5th Tuesday. The one we do, then it's often on a Thursday. So I was going to ask Kathy. Kathy, do we know yet when the Assembly of Governments meeting will be? Because sometimes we have that on this calendar.
No, not yet.
Okay, all right. So,
Have y'all heard any? I mean, have Mayor or David or anybody been in?
I think I have a sense that we will be having one, but the with the clerk transition with the county, I imagine they're still kind of it may be something that's just kind of falling through the cracks. So we'll follow up about the Assembly of Governments, but I think it'll probably be on a Thursday if we have it in January or February. So, and then so that was my question too about the meeting calendar. So can I have a motion for number 1, the minutes from the 17th, and then number 2?
So moved.
Moved by Barbara, second
Second.
by Sammy. All in favor, say aye. Randy?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Susan?
Aye.
Barbara?
Aye.
And Sammy?
Aye.
Okay, all right, so we'll have the minutes of the 10th on our January agenda. And so then we'll move on here to number 3, the advisory board recruitment. So Sammy, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Kathy, for reflecting a lot in the draft that you shared about the policy for how to address this issue. I sent an email to the council. I saw council member Romaine's response to that too, and added language, and I feel that makes sense to me. Basically, for the public to know what this email says is it provides a table under the assumption that one of our goals in our advisory boards is to reflect what our town's demographics are. It references a table that kind of lays out, because every advisory board has a different number of members. And so relative to what the percentages are of the demographics in our town, it's broken down so that we are keeping tabs of how we're doing on that. And so there's specific language that would refer to that table. I don't know if you want me to read it or if folks had a chance to look at that, but I just want maybe before even reading it, like what people's sense is of what I shared and what Susan shared.
Yeah, just for the public, it would be additional language referencing the table, and it says this: if an advisory board does not reflect at a minimum the town's demographics as defined by the advisory board reflecting Carrboro demographics table, and if no applications exist that will expand the racial diversity of that advisory board, the town council clerk shall notify the town council of the lack of racial diverse applicants, and at such time request that the town council work to recruit additional applicants. So that's the language. We have your language and the table, and then let's have a little discussion about that, and then we'll shift, Susan, to some of the suggestions you made. So any thoughts about this one? Let's go to Barbara first.
Sammy and Susan, thank you. Your sentiment behind this language is well taken by me. I also wanted to mention that I also had sent an email about adding a question to our advisory board commission's application that I wanted us to kind of think about, one, if we wanted to do that, and two, if, how we might want to frame that question. I think that question is really important, especially when we get an applicant pool that is not diverse and we have to make the decision so that we can establish a quorum. And I just think it's a good question, considering the direction that the town is moving in, as well as, this council around race and equity, diversity and inclusion and belonging. I think it is a perfect time to add in that question or a similar question. So the next thing I wanted to say, I wanted to go to these pie charts. And I noticed, how it lined up and everything, that's fine. And then I turned it over, and then there was the rest of the story, right? How things are actually laid out with our advisory boards and commissions. For me, when I think about it, I don't have a benchmark. I don't have a min-max. I am consistently looking for the voices that I'm not seeing around these different advisory board and or commission tables. So the benchmark is not important to me, neither is the min-max. Data is important, don't get me wrong, but I'm saying, we've been behind for a long time. And there have been years that have gone by where we've not had good representation on these advisory boards and commissions. And so when I look at it, I'm just like, it's just this thing that we keep plugging away at. And it is a priority of this council. Now, as far as like it going down to the advisory boards and stuff, I don't have a problem with that, but everybody's priorities aren't the same, right? People serve on these advisory boards and commissions for different reasons. The priorities are the same. Some folks are lobbying, and everybody, you just have to be honest about that, because that's literally what it is, and that's the truth. So I say all that to say, I appreciate Sammy and Susan. It's the majority of the council, if you guys decide that you want to add that language. But when I think about it in the context of just the missing voice, that hasn't been at the table, and to just kind of keep plugging away and trying to recruit people and not necessarily have a number or a percentage or a benchmark, not having anything, because I just think it's always going to be like a work in progress.
To me, I think to me, one of the somewhat helpful things about the number would be we've had to keep going back to the drawing board and just holding off on even appointing people. So it would be at least a minimum by which we could then appoint some people and move forward. I think that might have been the intention, at least if I were to come up with a number, it would be because if not, then we might find ourselves in the same situation we found ourselves in sometimes this past year. Although the point that we're making is, as long as we're recruiting the people, then we won't be in that same situation. So I don't know. If it seems like a little bit circular to me. But I want to get back to your additional question. I think it's awesome. I forgot about it because it came in much earlier than the others, so I had it down too low. But I think it's fine. I don't know, board members, how anyone else feels about that, but I do like the idea of adding that to the advisory board application, asking applicants to kind of, and for the listening public, adding a question on the application, something like, we believe as a town and a town council that racial equity, diversity, inclusion are important. Please tell us your thoughts about this and why they're important, not only at advisory boards, but also in all facets of local government. And I think that's, I'd be in support of adding that to our application. So let's hear from others about what we've heard so far. Go ahead, Randy.
Oh, I just wanted you to read out what Barbara had, and I would just say I don't know where we were on the discussion of advisory board members having GARE training, and I just want to be sure that that's something that in the application they know that they will be part of that cohort, like staff that's trained, and I didn't know if that's in there explicitly. I also wanted to make the point that I really appreciated what Sammy and Susan had shared in their thinking. I'd like to see, rather than it coming to us, or even for the reasons Barbara gave, that advisory board members are not necessarily in the role of recruiting, I would like to see that the town engage the NAACP and some nonprofits like RENA or the Marion Cheek Jackson Center, faith-based organizations, rather than leaning on advisory board members who may bring in folks for, as Barbara said, may have particular interests or have a focus on some very specific aspect of the work that they're set up to do. And that also includes us, because I think that, we're in the position to appoint. It doesn't seem appropriate if we're bringing in people and we're in the role of appointing them. I would like to be able to be more open and embracive of other voices that aren't necessarily in our circle of social media, or the circle of people we know. So I point that out. I think that's something that entraps us in a way that I think we need to, going forward, we're in a very good position to open that up. Additionally, I think that I kind of like the idea Susan posed about bringing this up and discussing this. I don't know if I would set it up to be on routine, but I think even if it's, once a semester, so to speak, just so that we're looking at it, because this is ongoing. And as Barbara, I think, said, this is a journey. We all don't ever get there completely. It's, I studied diversity training under Dr. James Banks, and he said flat out, it's a journey. Expect that it's your lifetime's work. So being open with community to say, we're going to talk about this because we're going to assess how we're doing, and you're part of this conversation. I think that's really important. So
thanks, Randy. Let me hear from someone maybe we haven't heard from yet. Susan, and then Damon.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sammy, for getting this conversation going in terms of, providing some of those goals that you set. I wanted to just mention a couple things in terms of why I added these two other changes. In terms of trying to get more engagement from the advisory boards on this, Kathy has clearly made this a priority. Our town manager has clearly made this a priority. Our town council has made this a priority, and I really love the idea of our helping the advisory boards also take ownership. They should feel, maybe more than anybody, they should feel the importance of having these other voices at the table. And I just feel like they also have their own networks. They have their own folks that they can tap into and help us sort of broaden our pool of applicants that way. I also added some language about once a year. I don't know if there's restrictions on this, guidelines on this, but to actually each advisory board one time a year at least have a meeting in one of the neighborhoods that would be impacted by a policy decision that that advisory board would be making. And I mention this because, first of all, it is making these meetings more accessible, bringing more voices into the decision-making process. But also, even if some of these folks attending these advisory board meetings, not even necessarily that they need to join an advisory board, but just having this opportunity that they are feeling more part of the process. And again, I think the potential for a more diverse group of people being a part of that. So I appreciate your consideration, and I'm anxious to hear what others have to say.
Thank you, Susan. Before I go to Damon, I just want to say, as to your suggestion about having advisory boards meet in different locations, it's bringing me back to us having our meetings in other locations, which we talked about a few years ago. I think Barbara brought it up with us, and it was funny. That was back in the day when we thought about all the technology we have to carry everywhere and everything. And now we realize we could carry we could have it on a stick or something and figure out a way to do it. So I'd almost, before we even have the advisory boards do it, it'd be awesome, I think, for us to have, and not like necessarily a listening session like we had at Carolina Spring that time that I missed it, but us have a meeting at RENA, or us have a meeting, in other parts of the community where we don't usually get. So anyway, thanks for bringing that back up again. It seems a lot more doable after we've muddied through these meetings these last several months. Damon.
Thanks, Lydia. I support including the question that Barbara offered for advisory board applicants. I think that's a good idea. It's a nice prompt for people to be thinking about as they apply to participate. I appreciate the language that Sammy shared, kind of setting some goals for us. I don't know that necessarily needs to be prescriptive, and maybe that's where Barbara's getting with this idea that needs to be a sort of absolute minimum, but I like having some goals that are clear for us to be looking at so that when we're making decisions about appointments or we're not getting a certain level of diversity that we're looking for, we at least know what that target, that moving target is. And as I said in our last discussion of this, I do think that that should serve as a cue or a prompt for Kathy to notify council members that we're not getting the applicant pool that we'd like to get in terms of diversity. If that needs to also be a prompt to our advisory board chairs that we're also looking for some more recruitment efforts, that's great. I think my sense has been that staff, Kathy in particular, has already been using these opportunities to reach out to nonprofit groups and other groups in the community to generate interest in participating in advisory boards. So I'm not super concerned about that. Ultimately, and I've said this before, and I think others have said this before, the responsibility is ours. If we're not getting people applying to be on the advisory boards so that we have a good applicant pool to choose from, we need to go out and stir that up. And we've done that successfully recently with a couple of examples. I think the Comprehensive Plan Task Force was a really successful example, but it meant that we had to go out and do work to make it happen. But it worked. So I appreciate the notion that we engage advisory board members and sort of getting out there and recruiting folks as well. I think that's important. And I think there can be that prompt to them to do that. But ultimately, I think the more important prompt is for council members to be out there doing the work of getting people engaged or encouraging people to participate in that way. Susan, your ideas, the language you offered about, ideas about advisory board meetings in other parts of the community, I think that's actually a really cool idea. For the subject of this particular topic, this particular advisory board topic that we're on now, I'd kind of be interested in exploring that a little bit further separately, but actually get us to the point of making a decision tonight about adopting this advisory board guideline for the council to be following, because we've been talking about it now for so long. I really like the idea of finding ways for advisory boards to be meeting in maybe other locations or to become more accessible in a variety of ways, and the same for the town council. But I almost feel like that's another topic, unless people don't feel like we need to finish this tonight. I mean, maybe that we don't need to, but I had thoughts, and since it was on the consent agenda, I assumed we were kind of getting to the point we were ready to be done with this. But in any case, I support the question that Barbara offered. Thanks to Sammy and Susan for pulling together the recommendation about a goal to be looking to. The additional material, I'm happy for us to be considering. I'm just not sure if we're going to hash that out tonight or not.
Thank you, Damon. I think I'd like to suggest that we. I was looking for the agenda item because I remember also we were looking at maybe transportation and childcare monies, looking at that idea as part of the budget. I think that it might be good, Susan, maybe we table the idea of the advisory board meetings along with our meetings too, until we have a discussion in the new year about when we are going to start again to meet in person. And then we can figure out, okay, how do we want to have perhaps a meeting in person, maybe next fall or something, and or how we might have some advisory boards do that next fall. It seems like still a little far away right now, but it's a great thought, especially in line with the idea that we're going to be having some budget discussions around transportation and childcare also. So it seems like those are additional ways that we can enhance our advisory boards. So what I'd like for us to do, I'll come to you in a sec, Barbara, is let's go ahead and try to vote on what we do feel like we have some consensus for tonight, because I know one of the reasons Kathy's brought this to us, because we're getting to that time of year where usually we're early in the year, January, February, starting to review applications again. So Barbara.
So I'm going back to what Damon said, and I guess probably what Sammy is getting at, as well as Susan, around goals. And so I'm saying is, are we, like when we say our goals for these advisory boards and commissions, and then we're benchmarking using say the pie charts, or whatever. I mean, are we going to say that tonight? Are we going to talk about that tonight? And like, what does that even look like?
Yeah. Let me go.
Like, what is the goal? I mean, other than to just continue to.
Let's go to Sammy to respond to that, Barbara, and then it might be that it's like what I think it was Damon that said, not prescriptive, but just more of informational around this time. I found it really incredibly. It was really good to see it all kind of laid out the way we had it. I thought it was really helpful. Kathy, I appreciate you putting it together and catching, having it the revised one to us. Sammy.
Oh, I mean, I don't mean for the table I shared to be prescriptive, except for it. I mean for it to serve as an operationalizing of what it means to trigger Kathy to prompt us to do better in recruitment. And that's really what this is added onto. It's the language that Kathy shared about what is going to prompt us to do that. And I feel it would be important to prompt us when we are out of line with representing our community. And that's what the table represents. So that's the role for that table. I'm wary of being prompted too often and getting prompting fatigue and not taking it seriously when we reach that. And also the ambiguity of what the numbers that, for example, Kathy shared with us, without the context of kind of like what is representative of our community that the table provides. It's kind of, it's hard to understand kind of like where we are. So I understand the reticence towards what it looks like, a very hard, like minimum, but it's embedded within language. It's in addition to the language that Kathy has for prompting the council to do a better job at recruiting applicants, not even actual seats. It's just applicants. And then remember, Kathy said, a bare minimum is having a quorum for advisory boards. So if we don't have a quorum, then all that is out the door and out the window. I just wanted to remind y'all about that.
Yeah.
And lastly, I just, I'm not wed either way. I'm just trying to find a way. For me, this would make it more clear. And I was thinking maybe it would serve the same purpose for others too.
Thanks, Sammy. I think too, for me, it might be something that might be nice to like have in our packet every other month or something, especially because we have people drop an ad or whatever. It's just could be kind of a check-in on, how we're doing with our goals with regard to our advisory boards, just on the consent agenda, just like we're getting the other reports, right? Maybe every couple of months we get a little report. Here's where we stand right now with all of our boards too. That might be a possible suggestion. Damon.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Sammy said. I mean, I think that's how I read what Sammy was kind of offering and what Susan amplified with the additional language about advisory boards, is that this is not, to me, again, meant to be prescriptive. It's meant to say, here's the direction we're trying to go in. And it's just, as Sammy said very well, I don't know why I'm trying to repeat it, but it sort of makes clear to Kathy when she's supposed to prompt the council to get out there and do a better job of recruiting potential applicants. So it's not meant to be sort of prescriptive beyond that, at least not the way that I read it. So that's why I think it's a good idea, and I think we should go with it.
Okay, so can someone kind of come together with maybe a possible motion? Susan.
I'm happy to offer a motion, but I did have one more question. First of all, I wanted to say I very fully support Barbara's addition of that question to the application. But I also wanted to ask, I'm on board in terms of not making this prescriptive, but do we want to have as a stated goal that in the aggregate among all of the advisory board members, the goal is that the aggregate membership reflects the demographics of the Carrboro community? And based on what I saw, it looks like we're actually really close to those goals right now. But should that be a stated goal that's what we're always striving toward? So I'm just curious to know everybody's thoughts on that.
Yeah. I think my gut would be no, just because I do hate some of those boards where we have no representation. That's just my thinking, but I don't know how.
No, I mean, not the individual boards, just in the aggregate among all the boards.
Right.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lydia.
If we looked at the aggregate though, if we're getting close to our numbers, there still were a few boards where we did not have representation at all. So for me, I'd rather, if we could, have the goal for each different board, even if it did look good, all added together. So that's just the way I feel. I mean, I don't know how others, Damon.
Yeah, although I think the aggregate number can be interesting and informative, it does mask a lot of what's happening underneath it with individual boards. And I wouldn't want us to just sort of get complacent about things because we saw a good aggregate number, right? So I think it's informative and interesting, right? But it's not telling the whole story.
Yeah, that's good. All right, let's try to move toward a
Right.
motion if we can. Randy?
Well, I just wanted to add that if the goal is to have the voices, aggregate won't reflect that. But I'd like Sammy and Susan, if you would clarify what you'd like to see in a motion.
Do you want to make the motion, Sammy?
Before, I'm sorry, Susan. No, you're fine. I'm interrupting you, so I apologize. But I was wondering, is there any way we can like screen share this instead of like listening to it? Is there any way to screen share either one of those emails or something so we're actually looking at it?
Yeah.
Is there any way to do that?
Screen share what? Because I hear what I thought was we were in agreement about adding on a question similar to what you had, which I could show
Right.
you. But I'm not sure. I don't know if we're in any kind of consensus to definitively do anything else other than maybe get occasional reports like Sammy.
Okay. Well, never mind.
But I don't know. I'm waiting for someone to make a motion so we can because we'll have that conversation about the advisory boards at a later time. And so I think, Sammy, you want to go ahead and, yeah.
Sure. I mean, I appreciate Susan's language on prompting not just the council, but the addition to the advisory boards. I think there is a role that we have in instilling these values. And again, it's a prompting. So I wouldn't be averse to including "and the advisory board," those two phrases for that paragraph that I shared. And the language that I shared along with that table. Obviously, the table would be changed as advisory board seats change and demographics change. But that's the information we have so far. So I'd like to make a motion, including that paragraph that I shared along with Susan's additions to it, referencing the table. So the table would also be included.
Okay, all right, let me.
And also include Barbara's question.
Yes, and Barbara's question. Sorry, Barbara, I keep
So
forgetting to acknowledge that.
Barbara's question, we all kind of agreed on that. That's done. Let me go ahead and pull up the email that Susan and Sammy sent just so we can kind of glance at it and make sure we know what we're talking about here then. So,
Can I read it for you, Lydia?
is that, well, I was just, we have it right here, right? So, so what Sammy had suggested.
I'd like more clarification, Sammy and Susan, on how you see advisory board members being engaged. If you could just talk about that for a little bit.
I mean, as it's worded, they're simply going to be notified that this is an issue. So I presume it would be the chair of the advisory board. And as you know, every chair takes whatever communication from Kathy as they do, and that they may communicate it to the advisory board or not. It's
So
really
it sounds like
not going beyond that.
so far what Sammy is making a motion for is to include Barbara's question on the application and also to include this sentence right here, Sammy, right? If an advisory board does not reflect at a minimum the demographics.
Yeah, well, if you go up to the one Susan provided, it includes those two small phrases in bold that she included.
Okay, so here's, oh yeah, okay, right. And
Here's the
so,
version of that sentence, which is where you have your cursor now. Yeah.
right. So with this one, but we said that we don't necessarily want to refer to the table or not? I guess that's the question.
Well, I mean, if we go with this, we have to refer to it because it only makes sense with the table. And again, like, if folks don't find this valuable, here or there for me.
I mean,
I would find it valuable.
It could simply say does not reflect at a minimum the town's demographics. And if no
Right.
applications exist, that will expand the racial. That way, you're not tying it to the
Right.
specific table. It's just tying it to the town's demographic characteristics, which are at the
Right,
table.
but as a council person, like the information, the pie chart and the makeup of current seats on advisory boards and how they're doing doesn't mean much unless, for me, I had this table to get
Okay.
a sense of
Yeah, either way is fine with me. I just would like
what
for
we're
us to.
doing.
Right.
So
Are
I
we,
mean, that's my motion. My motion includes the table.
okay. And it would be the most recent,
It's not my table, Mayor. It's the table that Councilmember Slade sent in
Got
his.
okay.
Yes.
So Sammy's motion is for Barbara's inclusion of the question, and then also to include this right here, right?
Yes, and I wrote, the table name the name for the table is kind of cumbersome, so whatever that could be named.
Okay,
better.
all right. So that's a motion by Sammy. Is there a second by anyone?
Second.
Second by Damon. All right, so motion by Sammy, second by Damon. Any further discussion?
Yeah, and so while we're showing this language, can we show the table and everything else that it's referring to?
Okay,
Let's see all of that. I don't like that.
that's fine. Kathy, you'll have to pull that up then, because I'm operating between different computers and I don't have that one over here, so. So this table is a table of the current boards we have, the seats, and the current demographic breakdown, right? And
Yeah,
so,
so the demographic breakdown of the town is that row percent 2019. So 12% African American, 8% Hispanic, and 10% Asian, and then 1% Native American. And so using those percentages and the seats, this would be what it would look like. So obviously you can't have a half a person, and it's, again, this is not this is solely like to get a sense as to how we're doing and triggering Kathy when she needs to let us know specifically about advisory boards.
yeah. I mean, it plays off of the percentage of demographics in the town, and it rounds up, and it just, but at a quick glance to think through it, I mean, a board that's got 5, we're hoping to have at least 2 persons with diversity, right? And then where we have the planning board, it looks like that's the highest number we have, right, with 11, and it rounds up to 3. So, and this is a minimum. I mean, this is like a trigger for a minimum, right?
Right.
I don't, I think it's kind of helpful as just some kind of, at least a benchmark to kind of look at. What I think we all want to be sure is that we don't obviously just stop at 2 and we don't worry about it anymore. We want to continue to keep working, and that might be, I think that's the maybe opposite view of kind of having numbers. Maybe we make it clear that this is a minimum. But I do find it a little bit helpful to kind of think through that. I don't know if other board members have comments. We're still in conversation. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Damon.
Yeah, and I just want to echo Sammy again and say that the information would really be seen by Kathy, and it would prompt Kathy to alert the council that we need to be looking for greater diversity in our applicant pool. This is, again, informational so that Kathy can promote and advance the goals that we are telling her we care about, right? It's not the council's going to sit here and calculate numbers and all that. That's not what this is for. This information is for Kathy to see and then to alert us appropriately when we're not meeting sort of the general goals that we want to meet around diversity on the advisory boards.
Okay,
we can tell that from the application ourselves. We don't need no chart for that. I mean, that's just how I feel. And my feeling about this is that this could potentially be used as some type of benchmark. We feel we're there and we don't do anything else. We need to be doing this and 10 times more.
Yeah, I think that's
As
absolutely.
much as we can do. I'm still talking. As much as we can do. And that's what my concern is with this. And it's for Kathy, yeah. But it's up on the screen. And it's gonna make people think. It could potentially make people start thinking in different ways, about what we actually need to do, when all we need to do is just keep pushing. I mean, I would like to see every advisory board be 50-50.
Yeah.
How about 100% black and brown for a change? I mean, this is the way I'm thinking. And that's why this right here, yeah, let it be for Kathy. I said, because it doesn't mean anything to me. My thought process is way beyond this table.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's why at the beginning of this process, I was asking the council, what is our goal? Because this is the minimum. This is what I was hearing us doing, at least reflecting of the demographic of our town. But there's another way of thinking about this, which is kind of the reparations route. Like, how much have we been doing this so wrong and have to make up for it? And I totally understand, Barbara, what you're getting at. Like, this is a cultural. This shouldn't be tied to formulas. It should be a culture shift that we should be making. And I guess where I'm coming from is, having been on this council for so long and been unfortunately dependent on Barbara to point it out. I remember when OWASA appointments happened. Very, very sorry for the reality and of how that happens. But unfortunately, it's depending on you to point this out, and I want to do better. So this is an attempt to try to do that. But again, I'm willing to try, like, the culture shift, which I think you're right. This could become a crutch, and that's not what we want. So I'm uncomfortable moving this now. I just want to, respect and reflect the wisdom that Barbara brings to this board, as it has happened in the past, and I don't want to move something that we feel bad about later. So I am going to pull my motion.
Okay, so Sammy, why don't you keep on the first part of your motion? I think there was total agreement on adding a question on the advisory board. And I would also like, if it's okay with board members or council members, I did find the chart that Kathy prepared of all the boards, the check-in of where we were by race. I found that really helpful. And I think even for us to get that every couple of months as a board in our packet, as a contingent item or whatever, I think that could help us do with our just check-in. I don't know. I don't like us just looking at it for the first time right now when we're trying to figure out how to revise our advisory board guidelines. So that doesn't need to be necessarily part of this motion, just something to kind of think about out there. Maybe we can, get some conversation about that later, but I found that just kind of helpful just to kind of know where we were with things. But for right now, Sammy's motion is to add on the question that Barbara suggested to be added on to the advisory board application. And we had a second by Damon, a friendly amendment, or I guess it was a withdrawal of the motion and then a new motion, I guess. Damon, are you okay with this new motion?
Yeah, I'll second that motion. Look, I totally agree with where we're trying to go here. And I have said the same exact things before about we should not be setting these as a minimum. That's not what we're trying to do here. And in fact, I've said exactly what Barbara has said before. We should be trying to do much more. We should have half and half. We should have some advisory. I mean, the whole point of this to me is because we started part of this conversation several discussions ago, trying to understand how best to not end up in the situation that we've ended up in several times recently, where we're getting asked to make appointments to an advisory board with an applicant pool that is not in any way diverse. And so we were trying to figure out a good mechanism to say, Kathy, when that happens, don't even ask us to make the appointment that day. Instead, notify the council that there's not an adequately diverse applicant pool, so that we're then prompted to go out and start encouraging people to get engaged. If this isn't the right mechanism to do that, that's fine. But what is, right? Let's figure something out. But in the meantime, if we're not going to take this as the approach to take, that's fine. But I do support Sammy's motion of including the Barbara question that she suggested earlier. And if there's some other mechanism we want to come up with at some point to figure out how to, as Sammy said, operationalize what we're asking Kathy to do for us here, then let's figure that out. But let's at least get something done tonight. And I think Barbara's application question is a good way to go.
Okay, thanks, Damon. Let's go Barbara, then Randy, then Susan.
Yeah, my comment is really quick, and I just wanted to say to Sammy, thank you for recognizing where I'm coming from here. As an African American woman, I have seen the advisory boards and commissions over the years, and the makeup and the frustration that comes with that, and trying to get diversity to these boards. That I'm coming from that experience. I'm walking in those shoes. I'm not looking at it from the outside. I'm actually in it. And so that's the only point that I'm trying to get across. And I can't be any other way except for that and for what I have seen and what I have experienced. So I just wanted to say that just for clarity and understanding. I'm not trying to be difficult, but my view is not Randy's view or even Damon. It's a different view because it's a different walk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Barbara. Randy, and then Susan, and then we'll go for a vote.
Okay, yeah. I feel relieved not to be formalizing the table into the resolution. I think as a tool for Kathy, I think it's fine, but it doesn't need to be in the resolution because this is not about making point. I want to be sure, though, in addition to Barbara's question, that we don't forget to include notification to advisory board members of the advisory boards that that are in need of diverse applicants. And I didn't know if that was going to fall by the wayside, but I want to be sure that we were clear that notification would go in. And so if those two things are included, I support this motion.
All right, thanks, Randy. Susan.
Yes, I was just going to say I'd like to add to the motion Mayor Lavelle's suggestion about having a report every 2 months to town council on how we're doing with the diversity of the boards. And I would also like to add to the motion, I'm not sure the correct language, but something to the effect that our town manager will at least explore the possibility of funding for transportation, childcare stipends for advisory board members who may face an obstacle because of that.
Okay, Sammy, Damon, are you okay with those additions to the motion?
Sure.
Okay, and I think, I think the one about the funding is being looked at anyway, but we're getting it in a motion that way. And I don't care if it's every 2 months. It could even be quarterly, Susan, just a few times a year. We could even say quarterly.
Right.
Kathy, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure before y'all vote that I understand the motion correctly. I have everything that you have added so far. So the question from Council Member Fouché to be included in the application, a report 2 months or quarterly on the racial makeup of advisory boards to y'all, with the town manager to explore funding for transportation, childcare for advisory board members. But what I wasn't clear on, are you adopting the draft language that I proposed and read in the?
Yes, your language,
Okay.
Unedited.
Yeah, the
Okay.
red that you have in the draft. Yeah. Okay, very good.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Randy?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
Me? Aye. Sammy?
Aye.
Barbara?
Aye.
Damon?
Aye.
All right, great. Good discussion, y'all. All right, Mr. Manager, public hearing.
Hey, so the next item on your agenda is a public hearing for the updated bicycle plan, and Zach Halleck will make the staff report.
All right, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. This is the continuation of the public hearing for the bike plan. Give me 1 second and I will get my screen shared. So this public hearing was opened on October 27th. I think we had a lot of feedback we received then, and really to try to focus really just on the changes that have been made since October 27th until now. The primary attachment, the attachment B in your agenda packet, is this change log that really kind of highlights all of the changes that were made. Really, the big thing was this projects table that's been added as Appendix A that has every project that is in the map, plus some that are just kind of in there as comments for the purposes of, we have a project that we know we want for complete streets, and I'll talk a little bit more about complete streets later, but we're making sure it's clear on what all of these projects are. I've added goals about increasing ridership, goals about, or information about how bicycle mode share reduces emissions, all those changes to the long-term network, the updated performance metrics, and then some additional information about complete streets. And to add on to that about complete streets, I know there's been a lot of interest in using the new complete streets policy for implementation, and really, I feel the need to make sure that we all understand exactly what this is, because I've been hearing a lot of different things. I went and confirmed my understanding of it with both DCH CMPO staff and NCDOT bike and ped staff. So the complete streets policy will apply to highway projects in the STIP, the State Transportation Improvement Program, that haven't completed an environmental review or projects that we're submitting for prioritization. If a bike ped project is in a local plan, like a bike plan or like an MPO plan, and if NCDOT is building a STIP-funded highway project on the same corridor, then they'll look at building the bike and ped project using highway funds. So this doesn't apply to an independent bike and ped project that isn't associated with a highway project. So to think about how realistically a complete streets project would get implemented, we've been trying for some of these improvements at the Calavander intersection. We've been trying to submit them through the STIP. So if we wanted to get those types of improvements through complete streets, we'd still have to find a successful STIP highway project that would go through
Zach. It seems like
Zach
maybe,
is frozen.
yeah, it seems like Zach's frozen.
Let me see if I can bring Tina or Trish over, and we can wait to reconnect Zach.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back, Zach. Okay.
That was weird. I don't know how much you missed, but anyway, this updated using the same timeline of 5 to 10 years for an update.
Zach, it knocked your screen share off too. I'm not sure what happened.
It kicked me out, so I guess that's not that surprising.
Zach, we lost you at the very end of the complete streets slide, so if you wouldn't mind kind of rewinding yourself back to that point, that would be great.
Okay. I forget exactly.
That you were finishing with that slide.
Okay. So really, as I was saying, complete streets doesn't mean that NCDOT will come and fund our independent bike ped projects. They have to be associated with a highway project that has gone through prioritization and been funded through the State Transportation Improvement Program. I forget exactly, I ad-libbed a little bit, but mentioning the Calavander intersection that we've been trying to get some bike and ped improvements on, we're not going to get them so easily through complete streets just because they're in a local plan. We still have to identify a project that successfully makes its way through prioritization and into the STIP in order to capitalize on complete streets. Plan updates. I know there've been some emails earlier today, questions about, update timelines for the plan. What are we doing? And how is that being handled? Really, this update timeline that was in the original plan and in this updated plan of 5 to 10 years is still in place. I think that's still our goal. Really, this whole process took almost 2 years. I don't think if we're updating every 5 years, then we're spending 2 of every 5 years updating, and that's a lot. I think the idea is that this plan can be amended if needed, really separately from a major update. I know we're talking about how the guidance we're going to get from council on Bowling Creek, that would likely necessitate an amendment. We want to make sure that's accurately represented. We also don't have to go in and completely update the plan. The importance of formal adoption is that once we have this formally adopted, it both guides our future project selection. It's needed for when calls for projects are issued, both federal and state funding sources, and we need an adopted plan to be considered for complete streets. The other thing, the previous plan, when was adopted, had a call for basically a local sort of prioritization using input from the Transportation Advisory Board, so that, you know, that big table that has, you know, 150 some odd projects, yeah, we have our 10 strategic priorities, but where do we go from there? And I think that's some input from the TAB that could be useful. With that, there's not much else tonight. Really, closing the public hearing is needed if the intention is to adopt earlier in January. Public comments continue to be received into the record because of the COVID guidelines. And really the plan is to bring back a vote to adopt this updated bike plan sometime in January.
All right. Thanks so much, Zach. I appreciate these comments you made tonight, especially. Our public hearing is still open. And so because we did receive some more comments today, and as you see, we might receive them until as late as tomorrow, although we closed the public hearing today. And so council members, it looks like we'll be then voting on the updated bike plan in January, and still, I guess, being able to consider some of the comments we get today and or that we discussed today. So, or receive tomorrow, I suppose. All right, Kathy, do we have any members of the public here to speak tonight?
I don't believe so. If you're in the audience as an attendee and would like to speak on this item, please raise your virtual hand and I can bring you over. I did receive an email just moments ago from a community member asking for the link. I sent that over, but they're not showing up. I'll let them know that public comment will be accepted, written comment, until 24 hours.
Okay. All right. Very good. All right. So let's, so I think I saw Damon's hand up and then maybe someone else's, I thought. So Damon.
Zach, thanks again for the presentation. I just wanted to note a couple of things. Sammy, I think, had sent in a couple of what seemed like pretty doable tweaks to some language, and but I wasn't sure, Zach, if some of that had been covered already in what you presented today. So I just wanted to lift up what Sammy had written to the group a couple of days ago. Second, we got a couple of emails from community members, Heidi and Allison, who had some thoughts, and Tamara actually also, who had pretty thorough reviews of the plan. And, you know, I think even sort of apart from some of the bigger questions or more fundamental questions about the plan that they might have had, some of those emails had just some very specific suggestions about even some areas where it looked like there maybe was a typo or just like little things like that. And I wanted to just recommend, Zach, that you take a look comb through those emails and just look for those very specific tweaks that I thought made sense in the context of what you were already revising, and try to include those where possible. But I guess I'd first just want to make sure that the 2 points that Sammy raised could be addressed in some way tonight. Yeah,
thank you. Thanks, Damon. And Zach, are you familiar with, did you get the email of the changes that Sammy had suggested?
Yeah, I think there were 3 emails. There was one from Sammy, one from Heidi, and one from Tamara. I think those were the only ones I had that had been forwarded on to me.
There's one more from Allison too.
Yeah, there's one from Allison West too, I think. So
okay.
But anyway, so Sammy, and I'm in agreement with Damon. I thought your suggestions looked fine. But do you want to go ahead and read them so people know what your suggestions are?
Sure. Yeah. Just adding a phrase. I felt the goal for under the environment was very specific to bike commuting to work, and to make it more inclusive of all the other ways biking happens. I was proposing that we include the phrase by increasing the mode share of bicycling. It's actually also, it was Heidi made a similar comment. Mm-hmm. So it would read, reduce the level of transportation related greenhouse gas emissions in Carrboro by increasing the mode share of bicycling.
Mhm.
And so related to that is, as you're operationalizing these and identifying specific targets, we could change on page 74 to read decrease in number of motor vehicle trips to levels aligned with Carrboro's greenhouse gas reduction goal as a goal, because that would operationalize it. And Heidi made a really good point. It's not just any vehicles, it's motor vehicles that we're talking about.
Thanks, Sammy. So I'll be any other comments from council members, you can chime in on that. But I didn't have any problem with that. Let's go to Susan, and then it looks back to Damon unless someone else needs to chime in.
Yes, first of all, thank you, Zach, very much for your presentation tonight, and also for your years working on this plan. And you've done a great job on this. I want to say first, Sammy, I support your text proposed changes. And then a couple of quick things. I wanted to Tamara mentioned, her hope that there could be some kind of language in here that's suggesting that this is a living document, that it can be easily changed and updated. And so, Zach, when you mentioned at one point the plan can always be amended if needed, very separate from doing a major update. That was on one of the bullets that you presented. And I didn't know if that was something that you were sharing with us or if that actually had been included in the bike plan.
That's something that's kind of been discussed among staff a little separately. I think that's, I'm trying to think of the best place in the plan when that can be included. I don't know if it necessarily explicitly needs to be. Just the big recommendation is the update timeline. I don't think there's anything that says we can or can't amend the plan as we desire. So I don't know, maybe just adding in a sentence that says that.
Truly just a sentence or two, just to emphasize the point that we don't need to wait, the 10 years for the next major update, that those changes can continuously be made, and as we adjust to all of the changes going on in the community. The other thing I wanted to mention, when I look, thank you for the changes. I know that there had been some changes in chapter 1 referred to as the vision. And so I'm seeing background information there about the bike plan, reflections about the bike plan. There's a section with goals. There's a summary of the benefits of the bicycling. But I feel like what's missing is just sort of that big, bold, strong statement on, what is the vision for this bicycle networking. And, I'm thinking like 2 paragraphs kind of thing. So I was hoping when you went back and read it, if that stands out to you too, I was hoping there could be sort of like the statement. I think it would be something that would be pulled from chapter 5, which was called the network, where we're getting lots of the different pieces. But I didn't know if like right up front, they wanted to be sort of the big picture on how all these pieces are coming together. But it's just a suggestion as you go back and you're looking at it, if that feels to you like that would be something that also needs to be added. I would appreciate your consideration there. That's all I have.
Interesting that you say that, because there's actually 2 vision statements in that introductory chapter. There's the vision statement that was developed and the steering committee had a lot of input on, which was on that first page about that 8 to 80 vision. And then there's a, I guess, reproduction of the vision statement from the original plan, a restatement of it. So that the original plan's vision statement was much like you described. It feels like a paragraph or so. The updated vision statement is much shorter.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering more in terms of the vision statement, more dealing with the actual bicycle networking plan that's with the different pieces of it presented in chapter 5, rather than sort of the 8 to 80. And I did see that and I did read that. But anyway, like I say, as you go back, I was hoping you could just look to see if it's needing that one kind of that upper level big picture piece that everything else in in chapter 5 is kind of hanging on as sort of the big picture of it all.
I'll certainly take a look at it.
Thank you, Zach.
Thanks, Susan. Damon.
Zach, would you mind stepping back to the slide about complete streets for just a couple minutes, please? I just want to make sure that, and I appreciate you kind of laying out, trying to get us all on the same page here. And I do want to make sure that we're all on the same page in our understanding of what the policy is, what NCDOT's policy is, and what that means for what should be included in the bike plan. I get that highway projects in the STIP, maybe you could, if you could walk us through this again. The new policy applies to highway projects that haven't been through environmental review, or that have been submitted as highway projects for prioritization.
Right.
So that first category, I want to focus on that for just 1 second. If we submit a project, a highway project, for prioritization in the STIP, we also have to submit this complete streets worksheet. Is that right?
Yeah, and I can describe this pretty easily. We have, some of you might remember, we had a STIP project for some intersection type improvements on 54 by Old Fayetteville and Main Street. That still, it had to go through reprioritization because it kind of dropped out of the STIP. We've been working with DOT really to submit that worksheet for that project. Those are 2 intersections that we have recommendations from the 54 safety study. I think that's something where complete streets could apply. The hurdle is not the complete streets worksheet. The hurdle is the competitive nature of submitting projects through prioritization and getting them into the STIP.
Okay, got that one. So that makes sense. Now in scenario number 2, if we have a bike ped project in a local plan, say for example our new updated bicycle plan, and it just so happens that NCDOT is already going to be doing a STIP, a highway project in a location where we have planned for a bike ped improvement, then it's possible that NCDOT would use their funds or the highway funds for that project to do the bike ped piece as well.
Only if, like number 1 says, that project has not completed its environmental review.
The highway project.
Right, the highway project.
Okay. But doesn't that still mean that the local plan, in other words, by which I mean the bike ped project in the local plan that might get funded as part of this STIP funded highway project, would need to be, we would want that improvement to be articulated in such a way that we're getting the most out of it that we can. In other words, the most complete street that we can out of the complete streets policy, rather than just saying, oh, it just coincidentally happens that we've got a bike lane drawn here, and they're going to be coming through with a highway project here, so they'll go ahead and pay for the bike lane. Like, wouldn't we want our local plan, wouldn't we want the bike ped project in that local plan to go for gold, essentially, so that when there is a STIP funded highway project in that location, it's understood that what we want there is the best possible facility, not simply the lowest common denominator or just kind of what we can get. Does that make, my question making sense?
Yeah, I think the best way I can answer that, that complete streets worksheet, it doesn't just say take whatever is in the local plan. You can check off a bunch of things that they will investigate for complete streets. And I think the bike facilities have side paths, they have a normal bike lane, they have buffered bike lane, they have a protected bike lane, things that they will investigate for types of bike facilities. So
then even if the bike plan, the local bike plan, contains this bike ped project that's described as, again, maybe some sort of low-level bicycle facility, you're saying that if it began to fall into this situation where it was eligible for highway funding, complete streets highway funding or whatever, that it could somehow be upgraded? Like, why, I guess, why wouldn't we go for the best? I'm just not sure why we wouldn't go for, in the local plan, identifying the best thing we want in that location.
Right. I think there's some, part of that is the opposite can also happen. If you're in a situation where the right-of-way impacts or design impacts of adding in a side path or something are gonna so substantially impact the cost of the project. There's wiggle room for changing the facility type within reason.
And the Complete Streets worksheet can be used as a way of kind of upgrading the expectation of what would the improvement that would happen there.
Yeah, it's like my understanding of the policy is that it's not to just pick a facility type and that's what you get. They will do a more detailed investigation of what type of facility meets the character of the area, what types of crossing improvements, any sorts of bike and ped facilities will be investigated in terms of selecting the actual facility type, more than just, oh, that's the item that's in the local plan, so that's just what we're going to go with.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that explanation. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Damon. So, council members, I think we're at the end of kind of our discussion here. Just double check, Randy, and then Kathy, I want to double check with you to make sure there's no one in the audience before I close the public hearing. Go ahead, Randy.
I don't know if this is really a question, but I want to be sure that the work of the bike plan steering committee is not being in any way diminished or undermined by by setting it up to be quote unquote easily changed. I completely agree, and I'm always asking that our documents be breathable and livable documents. But I'm kind of concerned that this hasn't even gotten off the ground, and we're already setting it up to be changed. Was there something wrong with the work of the bike plan steering committee that folks are looking to change it before it hits the ground? Now, I just want to really understand. I want to get a transparent answer here, because we never really do that with any of the other plans that advisory boards, commissions, task force present to us. We have other ways of ensuring that it's reviewed, and I support that. And I'm thinking, for example, of the Community Climate Action Plan that was done by a spectacular group of folks, presented to us. We knew that had to be a living document, and we created a way that it would be reviewed and updated. So I'm just putting that out there, because we haven't even approved this, and I'm kind of uncomfortable about setting it up without having faith in the fact that it's a strong document.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it is.
Thanks. Thanks for that, Randy. Let's all think about that a minute here while there's a person in the audience that wants to speak. So can we go ahead and hear from our person in the audience, and then we'll come back to that and talk about how we want to describe or not describe how an update occurs to the bike plan. So, Kathy.
All right, Linda Hawk should be here. Zach, if you could stop the screen share, I think, while she's speaking, please.
Can people hear me? Because my audio seems to be very weird.
Linda, this is Lydia. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So you can go ahead and start whenever you want. You have a soft 3 minutes.
Okay. So I wanted to kind of piggyback on what Randy said, and also piggyback on, I was listening to your advisory board diversity discussion. And I wanted to say that I was part of the bike steering committee. I've been on the TAB for 7 years, and I was on the Greenways Commission for 2. And I'm one of your, I'm your Native American representative. And I wanted to say that I felt like the bike steering committee was extremely inclusive. and it was probably, I know you've seen an email from me, that was one of the best committees I've ever been on. I can't say that at all times for some of the other things I have been on. And I feel that as I listen to this discussion about the bike plan, as I see 3 people sending an email have very special interest in the community. And one of them was on the bike steering committee and didn't express any of the things that were expressed in the email that was sent to you, that I wonder why, I begin to wonder why I spend the time that I spend. And I feel, I don't feel the support that one might want to feel if you've donated as much time as so many of us did. It was a 2-year process, I think, on the steering committee. Zach spent 2 years. We had a consultant. We spent a ton of money. We spent a ton of money on the staff. And then when we have this very inclusive process, it seems to fall apart, or it is, in this case, seems to be being challenged by a less inclusive process. And I think part of the reason you're not getting the people you want on your advisory board is that the outreach to people is not what it should be, that, there isn't outreach in communities. I've seen neighbors come to talk at the TAB, and they have not gotten, at least afterwards, the kind of welcome one would hope for. So I think there are a lot of issues here, and I guess I'm saddened by what I'm seeing in a lot of ways. Anyway, that's my, I hope you will adopt the bike plan that was put together and took 2 years and had everybody working on it. It was extremely inclusive. And yes, there are always tweaks that can be done, but overall, it's the most comprehensive, user-friendly network that I could possibly imagine. And, for everybody. And so anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Linda.
You're welcome.
So I just, kind of reflecting a little bit on what Linda said and what I've been hearing. I mean, I think it's my intention that we close the public hearing tonight, and we're going to close it shortly. And I do think that some of the emails we received today did have, as Damon pointed out, some pretty kind of good typographical kind of, I think, points for us to consider. And I appreciate Sammy's tweaks tonight. I don't have any problem with that. I don't know about you all, but I don't anticipate us making any huge substantive changes to the plan between now and when it comes back before us in January. If I'm wrong about that, someone let me know. But let me right now go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. So it's closed. And so let's come back around then to any other comments anyone has here now about that timeline and about the accepting or adopting this plan in January. Let's go. Barbara and then Damon.
So first I want to say that how much I appreciate everyone's comments. And I too served on the bike plan steering committee. It was inclusive, and I feel like we got a lot of great input from different parts of the community. I think we got again what we were looking for, similar to our comprehensive plan task force. So, and I also wanted to thank Zach for herding us and just saying, okay, this is what it is. Okay, y'all want it this way. Okay, I'm gonna bring it back that way. He's been the mix master, and he's brought us the finished product, and I'm ready to move forward with it. Of course, it can always be tweaked, but I think the foundation fundamentally is a good foundation. And it is a living document. And I thought I saw a slide where Zach was saying, we could amend it, if necessary, but I just don't see anything major. Mm-hmm. I mean, and that's just my 2 cents. And I would be ready, to move forward with it in January.
Okay, thanks, Barbara. David.
I'm also ready to move forward. I think the steering committee did really great work. I'm really glad that we had such good representation on the steering committee from all of the related advisory boards, as well as at-large community members who participated in all the different outreach engagement activities that there were, and that Zach really led the way on. We've had our questions answered. None of the revisions that have been made, that Zach made in response to council member comments from the last meeting or tonight, that I expect he'll make some further tweaks, none of those are undermining the work of the steering committee. In fact, I think we see a really great work by committee members, and that's being moved forward here tonight. Never any plan that comes before this council that doesn't get some kind of tweaks. That's just the nature of the work we're doing here. And if, I mean, we're the ones who are asked to consider and approve it. And of course, we're always going to have our own thoughts to bring to bear on the discussion. But I think there's good work's been done here, and we're going to move it forward. And I appreciate Zach's openness to hearing us out and making changes where appropriate. Thanks.
Thanks, Damon. Okay, so we're at the end of this item. We'll see it in January. Zach got some response from us about some of the tweaks and so forth. Do we have to have a motion on Sammy's language? Should we get a motion on that, or do you have that?
Sure, I'll go ahead and move that we include the language and the goals that reads for the environment part. Reduce the level of transportation-related greenhouse gas emissions in Carrboro by increasing the mode share of bicycling. Okay. And then on page 74, for the performance target, it would read, decrease the number of vehicle trips to levels aligned with Carrboro's greenhouse gas reduction goal.
Okay.
And that would, excuse me, I'm sorry, motor vehicle is motor is key in there.
Thank you, Sammy. So motion by Sammy, second by Damon. All in favor say aye. Randy?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
Me? Aye. Damon?
Aye.
Jimmy?
Aye.
Barbara?
Aye.
All right, very good. All right, y'all, just kind of pointing out our time frame here. So we have 4 more items, and then we have a update by Chief Schmidt, and then we have a closed session item. So
just a quick question, Lydia. The emails we received, would they be included in our minutes for this meeting, or how are they going to be recorded? And if not, I would like to request that they be.
Well, I think the emails we received, if I'm wrong, someone correct me, but I think we just asked Zach to look at those emails and then to consider the non-substantive kind of grammatical type, I guess, suggestions made in those. I mean, I don't know if there's.
Yeah, I'm beyond that. Yeah, I understand that. I would like for them to be included in the minutes, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Well, wouldn't they'd be considered public comment like any other public comment?
Right, as public comment.
All right, Kathy, you got that?
Thank you.
I do.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so moving on then to the next item, Mr. Manager.
Okay, Mayor and members of the council, the next item on your agenda is a presentation of the annual audit for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2020. And either John Frank or Chad Cook will make the audit results, will present the audit results. Arch, unless you want to introduce it, however you want to go.
Hi, yes, this is Chad Cook. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, and we've also got John Frank in the meeting as well. We're with Dixon Hughes Goodman out of the High Point, North Carolina office. First of all, we just wanted to say thank you to the town council and also to David and Arch and all of the finance staff for willingness to work with us on the audit again this year. Hopefully you all have had a chance to look at the completed comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2020, which has been posted online. Last year's report did once again receive the certificate for achievement and excellence in financial reporting. I believe that's the 16th year in a row that the town's received that award, so that is certainly something that the town should be proud of. As it relates to our audit report, I guess first things first, we did issue a clean or unmodified audit opinion. This year, we were not required to complete a single audit. Last year, you may remember, we did have to do a single audit over a couple of federal programs. This year, Carrboro did not hit the required thresholds for state or federal award expenditures in order to have one of those audits. So The financial statements, I believe they're still about 154 pages long, but they're a little shorter than they were last year as a result of not having to complete the compliance audit this year. Our presentation tonight will focus on two documents. Number one, we've got the report to the town council, and I'll share my screen real quick and pull that one up. So the report to the town council, which I believe David did email to all the council members this week. And then secondly, we've got a financial summary where we'll just kind of go through some of the financial highlights from the year ended June 30th, 2020 as compared to June 30th, 2019 and talk about some of the changes there. I know that we're a little bit pressed on time, so I'll try to move through this as quickly as I can. If you do have any questions, obviously feel free to stop me as we're going through the report. So first, on our report to the town council, we've got John and I's contact information listed here on page 2. So if you do have any questions following the meeting that you don't feel comfortable or just don't feel the time, I guess, to bring up during the meeting, feel free to reach out to us after the meeting. Here's our contact information. Moving on, the communication with those charged with governance. This is a required communication in accordance with audit standards. We've got certain topics that we'll talk through in this report that we're required to communicate to you. The first being that we did complete the audit this year in accordance with government auditing standards, in addition to the general audit standards. Government audit standards require us to take a look at compliance as it relates to the financial statements. So though we did not complete a compliance audit in accordance with the Uniform Guidance or the State Single Audit Implementation Act, we do still have to consider compliance with federal and state grant programs just to ensure that, and laws and regulations, just to ensure that there are no non-compliance out there that could materially affect the financial statements. In addition, we're also required to look at internal controls over financial reporting in accordance with government auditing standards. As a result of that report, which is a separate report towards the back of the financial statements, we did have one item that's considered to be a material weakness in internal controls, which we're required to report. That's a little further down inside of this report on page 6, so we will get to that here shortly. Qualitative aspects of accounting practices. This section is where we would report if there were any significant changes in accounting policies of the town or any new accounting standards that were implemented that affected the town's financial statements. We would report them here. No such items this year. In the third paragraph of this section, we're also required to report accounting estimates that are in the financial statements that we believe to be significant. So obviously estimates are inherent within financial statements. And there are certain estimates within the financial statements that we consider to be particularly sensitive because of their significance to the financial statements and the amounts reported. And just the fact that significant changes in the assumptions or models used to create those estimates could lead to significant changes within the financial statements. The most significant estimates that we would like to report to you are management's estimates of the allowance for doubtful accounts and uncollectible loan losses, which it's based on historical collection experience and collateral. Management's estimates of depreciable lives of capital assets, which is based on expected useful lives of individual capital assets. And then lastly, management's estimates of liabilities related to the pension plans and other post-employment benefits, like the healthcare plan for retirees, as well as the related deferred inflows and outflows of resources, which are mostly based on actuarial assumptions and projections that are provided by third parties and then used by management in the financials. Obviously, as part of our audit, we'll take a look at the factors and assumptions and make sure that they're reasonable in relation to the financial statements as a whole. We just need to point out that should some of those assumptions be off from actual, then there could be significant changes in the statements. We did not have any difficulties in performing our audit. Arch, Carrie, Donald, the whole finance team, they were great to work with this year. They were very responsive to all of our requests, and so no delays or any issues encountered there. Corrected and uncorrected misstatements. So as part of our audit, we obviously receive trial balances for audit. If we have any adjustments during the course of the audit that are above what we calculate as our materiality thresholds, we are required to report those to you. You'll see that we do have a few adjustments that are shown here. It looks like several adjustments, but really you could almost look at this as one adjustment, at least the first 4, because they relate to the same item. So I'd like to point out these are all adjustments that have been made and reflected in the financial statements, but just something that we're required to report. The first four, they all relate to one issue, and it's deferred revenue in governmental fund financial statements. So it's a strange rule. It's different from general FASB accounting that probably anyone that took an accounting class in college might remember. Revenue recognition. GASB has their own set of revenue recognition requirements in governmental funds, and so actually within the town's own statements, certain revenues are treated different ways depending on which exhibit you're looking at. So in exhibits 1 and 2 in the financial statements, there are some revenues that are recognized. So the revenues have actually been shown in the financial statements. Those are at the full accrual level. In exhibits 3, 4, 5, they're not recognized. So it relates to the issue of timing. So in governmental fund financial statements, revenues are recognized when when they're available, essentially. So when they're earned, number one, but also when they're available. So if the funds don't come in within 90 days after year end, you actually have to defer the revenue in governmental fund financials, even if you have already expended the money under a grant program and you have the right to receive that money. If it just hasn't come back yet, you can't quite recognize the revenue yet. So we did have some adjustments related to that, and you'll see that's what the first four relate to. There were some items recorded as revenue that we moved to deferred revenue based on discussions with management as part of the audit process. In addition, there was one more entry, the small business and nonprofit loan and grant COVID-19 emergency fund, which was established by the town this year, which made loans to several not-for-profits and small businesses around the community. Based on discussions with management, we did determine that an allowance for loan losses should be booked. There's not obviously historical data to base this on, so this is part of those significant estimates that we reported earlier. But the town did decide to go with the 20% allowance on those loans, just given the uncertainties of COVID and the fact that you just don't know how many of those businesses might not ultimately be able to repay those loans. Moving on, disagreements with management, none of that to report. Management representations, we do obviously rely on certain representations from management as part of our audit. There's a separate management representation letter included as an appendix to this report, which lays out some of those statements from management. It is signed by the town manager and also the finance director. It just explains that the financial statements are ultimately the responsibility of the town, and that we do have to rely on certain representations from employees of the town in order to issue our audit report. Management consultations with other accountants. This is really a section where if the town were doing something called opinion shopping, essentially, where maybe we had a disagreement and they decided to get an opinion from another CPA firm, that would agree with their stance on something, we would be required to report that. Obviously, nothing like that happened, so nothing to report there. Other significant matters, findings, or issues. There is some supplementary information, required supplementary information that accompanies the financial statements. One of those things being the management discussion and analysis, and then also there are schedules in the back of the financial statements related to the law enforcement officers, special separation allowance, the local government employees retirement system pension plan, and then also the other post-employment benefit plan, or the retiree health care plan. We do not provide opinions on those schedules. We provide what's known as an in relation to opinion. So the information, I guess, contained within those schedules really is derived from actuaries. So and with regards to the local government employees retirement system plan, it's sort of audited at the state level, and the numbers are essentially kind of pushed down to the town. Obviously, we check on the figures that go into some of those calculations and things that are provided to the state, but we are not, I guess, in charge of completing the audit for that. So we do look at the town's records and the reporting in relation to those schedules to make sure that they appear accurate, but we do not specifically provide opinions on those schedules. So just wanted to point that out. That's pretty much it for this report. Does anyone have any questions on that?
Thank you. Thanks, Chad, for going over that with us. I don't know, Mr. Manager, if this question I guess it's probably not for Chad. It might be more for you, but I think I sent you an email today and asked if you could just tell us a little more about I guess the misstatements, or maybe even the the management letter memorandum that was in the report, just so we can understand it a little bit better?
Sure, I'll start off and just say that 2020 has sort of been an atypical year. Every year, prior, finance department has always knocked it over the fence, and we haven't had any material weaknesses, come out of an audit. But this year we did. And we appreciate our audit team for finding those issues, mainly related to how we account for grant revenues and a little bit of some documentation around internal procedures and such. I met with the finance team and the auditors yesterday, and we've got a game plan for fixing that, remedying that in the current fiscal year, effectively with a little bit more grant training. And the internal procedures we were doing, but we weren't documenting as well as we had in the past, just primarily due to the COVID. So, but it really didn't. But again, we had a clean audit opinion and everything. The financial statements represent the financial condition of the town, and we're in good hands. It's more just a little bit of an error and some training. And I just asked Arch if he wants to add anything to my comments or in general. Arch.
Yeah. Thanks, David. Mayor and members of the council. I will start with the management letter that was issued. What had happened once we sent everybody home to work from remote locations, we continued to do the internal checks and balances that we needed to do. One of the things, before the pandemic, we used to have a monthly closing meeting of the general ledger. With the pandemic, we stopped doing that. And at that monthly meeting, we would review the transactions and we would make sure that everything was in order to close that month. When the pandemic came, we stopped doing that. As a result of that, we stopped doing the documentation that we had done before. So what we're doing now, I've asked staff to do is we're looking at all of our internal procedures to make sure that the way we operate during the pandemic and the way we operate remotely, that we have in place a system and a mechanism of making sure that those internal controls get reviewed and that the documentation gets compiled. And we've already started doing that on the documentation, to make sure that we are in fact doing, for us to say so isn't enough for the auditors. The auditors have got to see a paper trail. If the auditors don't see a piece of paper, it doesn't exist as far as they're concerned. And so we've gotten away from that, but we're going to get back to that. And we feel confident that we're going to reinstate the monthly closing meetings, for one thing that we're going to do. Now, with regards to the misstatements, and Chad had mentioned, a lot of that has to do with timing. We spent grant money, we spent the grant monies, we go out, we request reimbursement for them, but if that reimbursement doesn't come in timely, then we have to remember to go back and take that revenue off the book and book it as deferred revenue. So that's what happened primarily in all of these deferred revenue cases. However, when I looked at them and stuff, I decided that it was time for us all to have a refresher course on how you account for deferred revenue. And we're going to be contacting the School of Government and looking around to see if we can find that type of of course, of somebody that can come in and instruct us in deferred revenue approaches. And again, this would be part of our monthly closing meetings, where we would look at deferred revenues and all of the interest that need to be booked that month. And the idea is that if you do this monthly, at the end of the year, you should be pretty clean. I think that was.
I think that gets it, Arch.
Yeah, I think so, Dave. That's everything. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Arch. And thank you, David. Other council members have any questions for David or Arch, or for Chad for that matter? Randy, and then Susan.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Chad. You know, I always get a kick out of reading the DHS audit, because I just find that the procedure to be very interesting, and so I always appreciate reading it. This may be really for Arch and David, but last spring we put into effect the emergency dollars out of our funds for local businesses, and so I'm wondering. I'm trying to look 6 to 8 months out in the future, and I don't know what kind of federal money may come in. Is there something else that we need to be doing or thinking about regarding, just the documentation when we're looking at potentially providing emergency monies for folks in the community? Or was that account not one of them that falls into this area?
I think, are you talking about the CARES money, that where we did the loans to the businesses, emergency loans?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we've those are all the loans have been accounted for, and they're on the books, and we're not anticipating any CARES money anytime soon. But we didn't loan out all the money, so we still have some reserves left in the revolving loan fund, going forward for future businesses. You might recall, I think we earmarked about half of that fund balance, if you'll recall, right? For that. So I think we're in good shape on that. But no CARES money here lately. No.
Yeah, and yeah, because I don't know what it's going to look like going forward, but I'm guessing within the next 3 months or so there will be federal monies released for small businesses, and it may come through municipalities actually.
Yeah, we hope so.
Yeah.
Particularly with the change in the election.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's real. I don't think it's faux.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're hoping for it. All right,
we are.
Let's see. I think Susan was next.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chad, for the presentation. Thank you, Arch, for being here this evening. I have just one question, and I wanted to go back to the monthly closing meetings, just so I'm a little clear. So the monthly closing meetings, those are normally in person, and so is that why they were stopped during COVID?
Yes, they were in-person meetings where we all got around the table and we went through from A to Z during that month. Now, if in reinstating those, we're going to have to rely upon Zoom to actually conduct those meetings and make sure that we get that we email the documentation that will be necessary for those meetings in advance.
Yeah. Susan, you're on.
Yeah, sorry. So it was hard to do those meetings. So now so was there consideration about doing the monthly closing meetings by Zoom?
Not before.
Okay.
Not before. I think we were so focused on making sure that the employees got to be somewhere where they could be safe and yet continue to carry out, their roles and their responsibilities. And I think that was just one meeting that we just overlooked, and we didn't see a real need for having it. But now I think that we need to go back to doing that meeting.
Mhm. Okay, thank you, Arch, for the clarification.
All right, thank you, Susan. All right, so any other questions from council members? And if not, I think we have a resolution accepting the report. Barbara?
Yeah, I was just gonna, if there's no more discussion, move attachment. Is it attachment A?
Yes, it is. Okay.
Yeah, I moved.
Okay. Motion by
Move
Barbara to
attachment A.
accept the resolution. Second by
I'll second.
Damon. I think I saw Damon up first. All in favor, say aye. Randy?
Aye.
Damon?
Aye.
Me? Aye. Sammy?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
Damon? Did I already do you?
Aye, yeah.
All right, so motion carried.
Barbara, aye.
Barbara, yeah, I'm sorry, they jumped around and I missed someone.
That's okay.
But anyway, I wanted to say they're gone now, but I wanted to tell Chad and John, thank you very much for coming here and presenting the report to us. And Mr. Manager, thank you to you and Arch for kind of walking us through that so we could understand that better. So happy to have that over with. So
Yeah, I'll just say everything is in great shape. Okay. There's just a few little internal control glitches related to COVID. We still got plenty of money in the bank, a AAA bond rating. Everything is good.
yes, sir. All right, very good.
Okay.
All right, let's move on to the next item then.
All right, thank you. So if you'll recall, maybe about a year ago, you earmarked $1 million actually for facilities rehab, which included Town Hall, the Century Center, Public Works, to really start doing some upgrades on our buildings. And I want to say that I'm really proud and give a hats off to the Public Works Department, Joe Guckovan and Ben Schmadtke, for the work that they've done. And they've continued to do that even during the pandemic, making our buildings look a lot better, putting new roofs on where we had leaky roofs, redoing parking lots, etc. And tonight they want to give you an update on where they are with the project, and also talk about net zero and what you want to do going forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joe, I believe. Joe.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Good to see everybody again. We have a lot to present to you, and we hope that it sparks some really important discussion. We're going to go over kind of the results of the kind of programming that we've done and the energy audit, and then, of course, very important discussion of defining our net zero. So what I'm going to do is turn it over to Ben and let him discuss kind of the history, and then introduce each of the consultants as we need to go forward. Thanks.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm going to share my screen here, if Zoom will allow me. Let's see. Okay, it's not letting me. Hang on a second.
We can see it now.
We can?
It's I can see all of your windows though.
Okay.
So if you maybe if you make it full screen.
How's that?
That's great.
Okay. So welcome to the facilities rehabilitation update. A quick recap. About this time last year, we presented the facility condition assessment conducted by Public Works. Some major deficiencies were identified, including Century Center and Town Hall windows, Century Center chiller, Town Hall bathrooms, Public Works operations infrastructure, such as truck wash and equipment storage. And ultimately, more analysis and planning is needed prior to any major renovation, including professional services and also a net zero analysis. So this year we partnered with Jim Spencer Architects and Suit Associates to provide further in-depth analysis of Town Hall, Century Center, and Public Works. And we established an interdepartmental working group of town staff to assist in the process. We have some goals and considerations. Guiding factors for design include sustainability, space needs, accessibility and safety, and historical character. Jim Spencer can go more into this. And then we also have the Town of Carrboro Climate Action Plan and Net Zero Target, which is reducing emissions attributed to Carrboro buildings by 80% by 2030. And I do want to convey a sense of urgency. We have some damaged windows and aging chiller building use, which is about to change significantly with the 203 building and the climate action plan timeline, which I just mentioned. So the agenda for tonight, Jim Spencer Architects will introduce the process and the existing architecture, and Suit Associates will summarize their energy analysis and lead a discussion on net zero. And just a note, defining net zero, a resolution for defining net zero will be brought forth to the council at a later date. So with that, I'll introduce Jim Spencer of Jim Spencer Architects.
Hey everyone, it's good to see you all again. It's been a long time and a long year, but we're happy to be back talking to you again and about this project. And I'm going to run through my portion relatively quickly tonight because we want the focus tonight really to be on the energy analysis that our consultant Suit Associates from Durham have done, and on net zero discussion for the buildings that I'll introduce Christian Ishsud, Dr. Ishsud, and Christian Kaltreiter from Suit in a little bit to do that. You guys all know your buildings, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through, but I'll just lead you through what the process has been thus far and kind of what the next steps for our part of the project is. So far, what we've been doing is researching the building's history and usage. This is something that the town's had done a number of times. It's really at this point talking more about what is the use and history of the buildings right now, and the programs that are in the buildings, the condition of them, and how the buildings kind of stand on issues that Ben mentioned, like sustainability and accessibility. So I think that that's what we've been doing. To do that, we performed site visits with Suit. We've taken what existing drawings are out there and done measured drawings of the buildings and produced kind of existing conditions plans, which the town's really never had. They've got some surveys of some of the properties, and so we did a little more extensive measuring and photographing of the buildings to get kind of a good baseline of it, documenting the existing conditions and plans and photos, and then creating existing conditions-based plans and models. We'll have both CAD files and BIM 3D models of all three facilities that were mentioned. Past that, we're also kind of reanalyzing existing conditions for code and life safety issues at the buildings, including accessibility, fire and exiting, historical character, obviously for the two main buildings. One thing that's kind of come up during this year is hazardous materials and indoor air quality related to what the conditions are like inside these buildings for people working there. Then the program and plan efficiency, what you guys are using the buildings for now, and what might be best and highest use of these facilities later when some of the other moves are made with regard to 203 and other projects. And then sustainability being kind of the main focus with regard to energy uses and the goals of net zero for the town. Then coordinate kind of that analysis with SUD's energy analysis and net zero discussion that you're getting ready to have. Then the next step will be to explore and design and present some options to you guys for the buildings using these net zero technologies and the other factors we mentioned earlier, sustainability, the program, programs for these buildings, accessibility, life safety, and then finally to provide some construction documents for immediate needs projects. Ben mentioned some of them earlier, the windows, potentially the chiller. What we suggested to the town was to go through a process first to kind of analyze the energy use and some of the other potential, things that needed to be assessed before we decided on the final scope of the immediate needs projects, because they might, the systems that might be used for future energy in the buildings might change based on kind of what we find out from your feedback and from what we find out from the energy use in the building. So the buildings themselves, I'm just going to skim through these to give Sue the most time to present the net zero stuff for you. But you guys know the three buildings. Town Hall will have some historical, in our final report, we'll have some historical information about the buildings, about their existing programming, and then the existing conditions plans. There'll be, included into that, of course, surveys, site plan information, floor plans, which kind of do demonstrate some of the deficiencies of the buildings that have been, seen over the years, particularly with regard to accessibility, I would say, fire safety too, and then we'll use these as the baseline for what's proposed to get the buildings. There'll be some up to code, but also up to highest and best use maybe, and so I think that there'll be some choices for you guys to make about that have cost implications and other things regarding the three buildings. Century Center, as you know, we've done some programming on before with what might happen with the police department when Rex and Park move out in order to move to 203. Got some updated plans here. There's also some plans in here that'll be similar to all the plans that show existing programming and space needs versus potential proposed program once other moves are made, the kind of ripple effect that you'll have from other projects. Public Works is obviously a little bit of a different animal from the other two. Has the kind of campus feel, but also has the stormwater issues. And I think there'll be a lot of choices to make with that facility with regard to what immediate needs they have for space, as they're kind of overcrowded now, and to protect the town's other assets, vehicles, and other things like that. So that's kind of a summary of the buildings. There's a lot more to say, but we're going to focus on the net zero and energy tonight. The next steps in the project are to explore and present the options for net zero tonight. Suit Associates will do that for you. Propose programming and building renovations to address these energy issues and the other items listed above. It is important to say here that that work will be ongoing while you guys consider the net zero information you get tonight. We're not going to stop. We're going to be kind of working towards those proposals while you're considering that. But we will need kind of some direction on that from you on what you want for the town to achieve through their energy goals. Then after the new year, we'll present the facilities renewal options to the staff at the interdisciplinary group you have and the council. And then after that, we'll prepare final reports based on your feedback and the input. And then kind of once we have that information, we'll give Ben and Joe the construction documents for these immediate needs projects and try to get that work done sooner than later, since some of that stuff is in need of renovation right now. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Christian Kaltreiter from Sood Associates. I think Dr. Ish Sood may be also on the call. And these guys are our consultants from Durham. They're experts in energy analysis, have done many projects of this type for different agencies around the state and in our immediate area here. So Christian's going to give you first the energy analysis and then a discussion of net zero, and then take any questions you have. So thanks, everyone. Christian? Tammy, do you have a
question? Can everyone hear me?
Thanks and hello.
Hey, Tammy.
Am I able to be heard?
Yes, we can hear you, Christian.
Okay, great. So I will try to share my screen. All right. Are you seeing my screen? Building Energy Analysis, Town of Carrboro?
Yeah, yes, we can see it.
Excellent. Okay. So as Jim said, I'm Christian Kaltreiter. I work for Sood Associates, and I work with Ish Sood, who is also on the meeting. And so we performed the energy analysis for each of these three buildings in support of the design process for the renovations and upgrades that are being considered. And so energy analysis basically means that we created energy and water consumption models for each building. And these are used to inform the design process, as I said, because they help us understand where and how energy is used in the building. And the results can help us assess the feasibility of achieving a potential net zero goal, and also can help guide the approach to achieving a net zero goal. And models like these can also establish a benchmark, which can help, in comparisons against design options, or also comparisons for future energy usage. So they sort of create a baseline. So it's a step-by-step process doing an energy analysis. And so for each building, the first thing we did is study the facility documents. And that basically means looking at the original building design drawings, looking at any upgrade drawings, addition drawings, drawings from controls projects or HVAC projects, anything we can get our hands on to understand the buildings before we actually lay eyes on them. The next step is to analyze the utility data. And to do this, typically we use at least 12 months of data. In this case, we used the 2019 calendar year in an attempt to not have any of the COVID shutdowns skew the data. And there's a lot that can be learned from these utility data, and that's water, electricity, and natural gas. Once we've looked at the utility data, then we will perform actual site visits, where we walk through each building, look at the constructions, look at the windows, insulation, get an understanding of the occupancy, usage, the plug-in computers, printers, etc. Take down nameplate data from the HVAC equipment, look at lighting fixtures, flow fixtures, etc. And while there and after, we also research and try to understand the schedules of occupants and how the building is used. Once we get home, we take what we learned on the site visit and we research the building equipment, take the nameplate data and learn, the user's manuals, and from those we can learn capacities of equipment, efficiencies of equipment, how equipment is supposed to operate, etc. Once we've done that, then we can pull it all together to create energy simulations. And these are done in, these are whole building energy simulations, which calculate on an hourly basis the energy usage for that building. And we use a program called Train Trace. It's a commercial computer program which does hourly whole building analysis. And so After we've done the energy simulations, we also do water usage spreadsheet models. And these are much simpler, basically only trying to look at what is the end usage for the entire year. And that's just because water is a simpler use than the complex interactions that happen with energy inside a building. And so once we've created the water and energy models, then we calibrate them. And what calibration means is we have created theoretical models. These are just mathematical models based on physics, but then we compare them to the reality of the utility data. And that utility data can help inform tweaks and changes to the model to bring it into alignment with reality. So moving on to Town Hall and the results. So Town Hall is an electrical only building. There's no natural gas used there. Heat pumps are the main HVAC system, and they don't provide outdoor air or ventilation to the occupants. And I say these things because these are some major energy implication items. So the sort of summary result on energy breaks it down by end use. So we can give an idea of the heating, cooling, fans and pumps, lighting, domestic hot water, and plug load energy by source. Now, energy comes in different units. You get electricity in kWh, you get natural gas in therms. Energy nerds like to turn them all into BTUs, or specifically kBTUs, which is 1,000 BTUs. And I'm saying this because that way all of the numbers that you see on this table are using the same units and can be compared directly to one another. And normalizing to the same units also allows us to create what's called the energy use intensity number, and that is there at the bottom, and that is kBTU per square foot per year. And that's sort of like a quick take the temperature of your building number. And since it is a per square foot number, it allows comparisons across buildings regardless of the size of the building. Moving on to electricity for Town Hall. So this is a plot of both the calibrated energy model in blue, the kWh usage predicted by the model month by month, alongside the gray bars, which is the actual utility data month by month. And I discussed calibrating earlier. So the industry standard for calibration is to bring the model to within 10% of the actual utility data for each month and within 5% over the course of the year. And so this calibration is well within those parameters. So the profile you see here is a very typical profile of a building that uses electrical energy for both heating and cooling. You see the spikes in the summer and the winter. There is no natural gas for the Town Hall. On water, to create a water model, basically we take the flow fixture data, the flush fixture data, occupancy schedules, and use spreadsheet models to come up with an annual usage. And then we compare that to the actual utility data. The water usage at Town Hall is a little bit unusual in that it basically doubles in the summertime, and that is due to the fact that the bathrooms are essentially public bathrooms and are also the farmers markets tend to use a good bit of water as well. Moving on to the Century Center. The Century Center uses natural gas and electricity. It uses an electric chiller for cooling and a boiler for heating. It does provide outdoor air to the occupants. Looking at the simulated energy summary, there are just a couple of things I want to point out on this one. And those are that if you look at the heating number and percentage as compared to Town Hall, it is much higher here in the Century Center. Also, the energy use intensity, which is the bottom number, is also significantly higher. It's about 100 here, and Town Hall was about 58. The first thing you might do is say, well, that building uses way too much heat, and its energy use intensity is way too high. We need to do something about it. I bring up these two numbers because, one, there are things we can learn from them, but two, they can be misleading, and I want to show you why. So first of all, there is reason that the Century Center would use more heating. For one, it provides outdoor air, and it takes a lot of energy to heat outdoor air in the wintertime. Town Hall doesn't have to do that, or doesn't do that, I should say. And then the Century Center also has dehumidification capability because it has what's called reheat, which means that it actually uses natural gas heat in the summertime as well. It's good for the building and the health of the occupants, but it is not great for energy. But the real point I want to get across is that the difference between Town Hall and Century Center in some of these numbers has more to do with the fact that we're comparing a natural gas heated building to an electric heated building. And we're only looking at the site energy use. And so what I mean is, if you look at the Town Hall uses heat pumps, which are electric for heat. And heat pumps, when you're looking at their site energy usage, are very efficient, much more efficient than a natural gas boiler. But if you broaden your vision and take it back to what the required energy at the power plant is in order to provide the electricity to the building to power the heat pumps, then all of a sudden the inefficiencies of the electric grid cancel out the high efficiencies of the heat pump. And natural gas, on the other hand, doesn't really have that sort of hidden behind the scenes extra energy use. So the point really is just that if we go through this process, the net zero process, looking only at site energy, then we could end up with some misguided decisions, and that it may behoove us to take an approach which looks at the broader view. On electricity for the Century Center, this is a very typical profile that you might see for a building which cools with electricity but does not heat with electricity. On natural gas, again, you see sort of the opposite profile, heating in the winter and not as much use in the summer. When I look at this graph, I say, I understand why there is heating in the summertime. It's because there is hot water for washing hands and because there is reheat in the HVAC system. I would also say it looks like there's more reheat than I would have expected, and that might point to a controls issue or a balancing issue or something, basically an energy saving opportunity. Looking at water for the Century Center, this is a pretty typical sort of semi-variable profile for a building. We were able to calibrate the model pretty easily, so no real surprises with this one. Moving on to Public Works. Public Works is a whole different animal than the other two, and that is largely because so much of the energy usage of the facility is not within the building. So much of it is process uses outside the building, such as fuel pumps, air compressors, car wash, usage out at the sign shop, etc. And the usage can be so variable and dependent on variable influences. And so for those reasons, we decided to use an in-house spreadsheet model rather than a commercial whole building hourly energy simulation. And the in-house model allows us to build up the energy usage piece by piece and can be much more transparent in analyzing each piece of energy usage. And then it is, as before, compared it back to utility data and calibrated to reality But that just gives us a lot more control over all of these various energy uses. So looking at the summary, the energy use intensity, the bottom number on this really doesn't mean a whole lot because so much of the energy use is not in the square footage of the building. But you can see that we have a lot more end uses that we are breaking down here, not just heating, cooling, fans, and lighting, but also car wash, generator, the office equipment, server, air compressor, the shop equipment, etc. And then we come to this line item we have called currently unaccounted, and it's not a small percentage. And we are being transparent in showing this because what that currently unaccounted basically means is on the electricity side, there was a significant amount of energy that we just could not account for with the information we had at hand. And we investigated a number of things. We adjusted the model to all reasonable knowledge and weren't able to account for it. We're leaving it as currently unaccounted right now. We suggest that the town look into it. We think strongly that it's a usage that is outside the building. Something is being tapped that we're not aware of, but we don't think that it is necessary to fully understand it to move forward with the project at hand right now. On electricity, here you can clearly see the unaccounted. That's where the gray bars are not the same as the blue bars. That unaccounted for energy looks a lot like it could be some sort of a heating situation or outdoor lighting situation, though we really don't know at this time. On natural gas, it's sort of a picture-perfect natural gas profile there, heating in the wintertime and some hot water during the summer months. Water was very highly variable, due largely to the car washes and to the tank trucks that get filled. With the information we had, we were able to calibrate the model reasonably well with the actual utility data, though this water usage at this site can vary significantly. So that sums up the energy analysis. And we want to move forward now to discussing net zero. When we talk about net zero, it's a word that gets, or it's a term that gets thrown around a lot. But it's not a term that has a clear definition. In general, net zero means your building uses or produces as much energy renewably as it uses over the course of a year. Beyond that, there is no universally accepted definition. And so for any given project, it is up to the building owners and design team to establish what the definition of net zero for that project is going to be. And this isn't just semantics. It's not just playing with words, because the definition that's chosen has real effect on design decisions made and money spent. Regardless of the definitions, there are basically two pieces to achieving net zero. The first is conserving energy. The second is producing energy renewably. As a general strategy, pretty much always the approach is you can conserve as much energy as you can first, and then once that no longer becomes economically feasible, then you move towards generating renewable energy. We have some help in going through this process of defining net zero. In 2010, the National Renewable Energy Lab produced a report which created a system, basically a classification of different types of net zero energy buildings and different ways that you can come up with those definitions. And then in 2015, the Department of Energy came out with a report that basically said, this is our, the Department of Energy's definition of net zero. When we do a net zero building, this is our definition. And so they pulled from the NREL report and chose their definition for themselves moving forward. So using the NREL report as a framework, we basically have just two questions to ask ourselves, two decisions to be made. The first is net zero what? And the second is, what is the boundary of our project? What are the rules? So to try to answer the first question, by NREL's framework, we basically just have four options. Net zero what? So option one is net zero site energy. Here you're looking only at the energy used on site. This is the energy that you see on the utility bills. And to make it a net zero building, you offset that energy with renewables. Building owners might choose this as their metric because it is simple and easy to understand. As I mentioned before, you could be missing some things by looking only at site energy. That brings us to option two, which is net zero source energy. And here's where you look at not the energy used in the building, but the energy used at the source of the energy, the power plant. And so this metric is used by building owners whose primary interest is in conserving the Earth's resources and in mitigating the environmental impact of extracting fuels like coal and natural gas. Taking one step further is option three, net zero greenhouse gas emissions. And a net zero greenhouse gas building might also be termed a carbon neutral building. And what this does is doesn't look at the energy used at the building or the energy used at the plant. It looks at the atmospheric pollutants from the plant, from the fossil fuels, or from the sources of energy. And so it looks at all of the pollutants which have global warming potential. It normalizes them to what is called CO2 equivalent. So it looks at the sulfur-based and the nitrogen-based pollutants, as well as carbon dioxide and others, and it gives them all the units of being a certain equivalence with carbon dioxide, and quantifies how much greenhouse gas emissions are associated with each kWh or therm of energy used at the building. And obviously this option three is used by building owners who are most interested in climate change and global warming. Option four is net zero energy costs. This one is really not used so much. It's based on utility costs. It's easy to understand. I'm told by Ben that this might not apply to the town of Carrboro's climate action plan as much as some of the others. So that was the first question, pick 1 through 4, basically. The second question is, what are our boundaries? Where is renewable energy allowed to be generated and count towards this net zero goal? And so NREL again gives us 4 options. Option A is that all of the renewable energy has to be generated within the building footprint. For example, solar panels on the building's roof. Option B expands that and says, well, you can under option B, you can generate renewable energy anywhere within the property boundary. So that might look like solar panels on the building's roof, as well as on a separate parking canopy that is on the same property. Option C expands more, and that goes to off-site renewable energy. An example that NREL uses is importing biomass like wood chips to be used in a boiler for building heat. That's not so applicable for single building situations like we have here, more applicable to large campuses. But a more likely option that would fit into C for the town of Carrboro might be energy that is generated off-site on land owned by the town. So that might be photovoltaic panels located on a town park, for instance. And then finally, expanding out beyond all of these, if you just can't make it with options A, B, and C, then there's option D, which is basically purchasing renewable energy generated by other people. And that's through what are called RECs, renewable energy credits, or carbon offsets. And it's essentially a way to, if you just can't do it technically and physically, then you throw dollars at it and kind of claim some renewable energy for yourself. I haven't personally been on a project where RECs have been purchased, but there's a marketplace for them out there. There's a certifying body that says, yes, this is a certified REC worth this amount, and it's a thing that's done. So those are the two choices: the metric, choice 1 through 4, and the boundary, choice A through D. Now, I want to say before I move on, just knowing what I know from the energy analysis of these 3 buildings, option A is going to be extremely difficult and basically technically not really feasible. You would have to reduce energy usage in the buildings beyond what is practical and spend a lot more money than I think is feasible to try to jam enough renewable energy within the footprint of the building. Taking it to option B, that gets a little bit more possible, though still is probably outside the bounds of reasonableness for the town. So just from our initial analysis, I think that it's most likely that a combination of A, B, and C is what would work for the town. Though, you're allowed to set whatever goals you want, and that's what we try to design to. But moving forward, I wanted to go over just some of the implications of your choice of metric. So if you remember a couple of slides back, there are the 4 options: site energy, source energy, greenhouse gas emissions, and energy cost. And sort of like when I was comparing the Century Center to the Town Hall as far as heating and energy use intensity goes, and how the Century Center looked really bad compared to Town Hall when looking at site energy. If we go with net zero site energy as the metric for a net zero project, that will inherently favor the use of electrical heat over natural gas heat, even if electrical heat will be 3 times as expensive. It will still say we should use electricity over natural gas. And that's just an effect of the physics of natural gas heat versus electrical heat. Going with net zero source energy, because you take it back to the power plant and incorporate those efficiencies, then it sort of levels the playing field between natural gas and electricity. And now the designers need to do some analysis to determine what is the best system for the building. Going to net zero greenhouse gas emissions, usually with the way the North Carolina electrical grid is right now, looking at greenhouse gases typically favors the use of natural gas whenever you can. Going on to net zero energy costs, that really is highly dependent on the various rates of the different energies at any given time. So next steps, and this is the last slide for the moment. Next steps are basically to settle on a net zero definition. I think that it was decided that that wasn't going to be done tonight, but that is kind of a next step to be done. In the meantime, we can still be designing building improvements. As we do these in the context of net zero, we have to first obviously meet basic safety, health, and comfort needs of the buildings. We have to incorporate the changes in space usage that are needed by the town, preserve historic quality, and then with all of those things met and within those parameters, pursue efficiency upgrades towards a net zero goal. And as I said before, this general strategy is first, you try to minimize consumption of energy. And once you've reduced as much as you can, you make up the balance with renewable energy. So with that, I will open the floor to questions.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Let's start first with Sammy.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and to Joe for moving ahead with this process and really taking advantage of the opportunity to address our climate action goals as we renovate our buildings. This is essential information, and to the consultants for such a thorough job in what you've been doing, but also in your presentation. Been very helpful, and I'm very glad we're here today defining this. The goal we have as a town is a climate action plan, which is defining that goal. So I would say in terms of what the net zero we would pursue, in my opinion, is greenhouse gas emissions is what we're trying to reduce. So it would be option number 3. However, I would say that I would encourage you to not just look at the burning, the greenhouse gas emissions emitted from the power plant, but also in the life cycle of the fuels used. And so if you do that, natural gas, because it leaks so much in the transportation and it is methane, and it's very potent as a greenhouse gas emission, scientists are describing it being as bad, if not worse, than coal. And I would refer you to Professor Howarth out of Cornell University, who's leading in that work. So I would encourage you to do that. We pursue net zero greenhouse gas emissions, but that you look at the life cycle cost of natural gas. And that would put us likely back in the electricity, which is also more versatile in terms of being able to accept grid power and decentralized power that we might generate ourselves. Which brings me to which option, what scope or range to be looking at. And I would say that we go as far as option 3. So on-site energy on the building, on-site, and then on town property. I'm very reluctant to look at the last option, the REX option, because there are many studies that show that there's a lot of those markets are not as reliable as the actual production of the renewables themselves. And if our goal is to really be generating and addressing the climate emergency, we need to be secure in what we're accomplishing. And so relying on those markets is not going to get us there. So those are my initial comments. Those are my recommendations that we as a council pursue as these 2 questions that have been raised. And I'm very grateful for the recognition of the importance of pursuing energy efficiency first before going after renewables. Thank you so much for all of your work, the consultants and our town staff on this.
Thank you, Sammy. I'll have Damon and then Barbara.
I'll just be brief, mainly by echoing Sammy first in thanking presenters, Christian, especially for that really informative presentation. It was really helpful just to get our heads around the central issues that we need to be considering here today. I appreciate you keeping us focused on that. I agree with Sammy. I think option 3 makes the most sense. It seems to jive the most clearly with our climate action plan, and that is the greenhouse gas emissions net zero option. I also agree that I think we should pursue a combination of options A, B, and C for considering energy sources or types of energy production, I guess. I had the same question Sammy had, although I'm not probably as well versed as he is on this particular issue, but the question about natural gas and just having, as a layperson, read similar things to what Sammy seems to be referring to about the sort of leakiness of natural gas as an energy source, if that makes sense, and the potency of methane as a greenhouse gas. But again, I'm not an expert on that, and I don't really know what I'm talking about. It's just something I've been reading some about. But I agree with Sammy's assessment, and I appreciate the presentation. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Damon. Got Barbara and then Randy.
Okay, So thank you for the presentation. This was a lot of information. I had to read over it multiple times to even get a very basic understanding. I along with Damon, and am no expert on this, but I am tracking with he and Sammy as far as option C, and was wondering if I could get the slide back that had the, is this the one? What was the one before that? Or the after that? Option A, B. It's okay, that's defining the boundary. So it's the next one. Okay, yes. So option 3, and I would like for Sammy, if you don't mind, since the slide is here, could you just kind of briefly repeat what you, your comments, what you were saying, just to help me to understand a little bit better?
Yeah, just basically, oh, sorry, Barbara, I think you're maybe echoing. I was recommending option 3, greenhouse gas emissions. That's because that's what's driving this whole effort, is to address our climate action goals. The consultant mentioned that because they're using a metric that is only defined by where the power is generated and the emissions generated at the power plant, that it favors natural gas. And I'm asking that they look at the life cycle emissions of the energy that they're using. And it's so with natural gas, there's a lot of leakage in the piping, and it's also a lot of it's fracking, which is very controversial in itself. But when you account for the emissions from transporting methane, it makes it as impactful as a coal-fired power plant. So it's not as good to rely on natural gas. And it also means that on-site burning has the same issue, because you're still transporting that methane and it leaks, and it's not as efficient greenhouse gas emission wise, which means you can set up an electrical system within the building, which is versatile because it'll accept both decentralized renewables, but also utility renewables when they're more available.
Thank you, Sammy. I appreciate that. In all my in my reading back and forth, I was going more towards option 3, which seemed to line up best with our climate change action plan and what we're trying to do. I'm sorry, could you go back to defining the boundary again? The slide before that. No, that's not it. Oh, yes, it is. Defining the boundary. So in looking at this slide, were we talking about combination of maybe A, B, and C? Was that what I was hearing in somebody's? Thank you, Damon. That's what I was hearing in everybody's, well, the comments that I've heard so far. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks, I'm finished. Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. Let's see, next we have Randy.
Yeah, thank you, Christian and Ish. This is an excellent presentation. You really broke down and explained each of these components beautifully, really. I agree that the on the options 1, 2, and 3, I think we do need a combination. I think the greenhouse gases is best aligned with our community climate action plan. I don't think there's any question about that. On the greenhouse gases, I had the same question as Sammy did. I'm just going to try and pose it a little differently, and that is because I want to understand there is a real movement to electrification and getting away from greenhouse gases for the reasons that Sammy enumerated, the fracking, the fact that the entire life cycle of the natural gas is not looked at in the same way that the source for the electrical power is looked at. So I want to kind of understand in our overall goal for the town and these buildings, which are older buildings, are we not setting ourselves up for a move towards greater electrification in the future? I want to know where we would be on a continuum. Were we to, continue use with the natural gas at Century Center?
So your questions that were posed, Randy, I don't know if someone on staff or someone with the consultants wants to address that, or if that's something that we want to be wrapped into more information we continue to receive.
Well, in short, if Christian could just tell me where this fits into the larger goal towards electrification that we seek.
Okay, I didn't realize I was allowed to unmute myself. So I will, I'll try to address that question. I want to also address things that Sammy and I believe Damon also mentioned about natural gas. And that is, so when looking at at net zero greenhouse gas emissions, it's not, we use conversion factors that are reported, the ones that I have used anyway, are reported by the National Renewable Energy Lab, and they are basically for the different, for like a North Carolina electric grid, South Carolina electric grid, etc. There are conversion factors that say if you use a kilowatt hour of electricity, then that essentially equals such and such amount of greenhouse gases. And they also provide conversion factors for natural gas, which do make it, one therm of natural gas used in the building isn't equivalent to one therm of natural gas being burned. It's equivalent to more than that. And those conversion factors do account for that. Now, they may be outdated. The ones that I have used recently may not be accounting for some of the studies on leakage, etc. And I don't know that they would take into account the effects of fracking at all, or at least some of the negatives that we associate with fracking. But that's what we typically go back to is these published data from reliable sources. So I would definitely be interested in hearing and learning more about Dr. Howarth. I wasn't sure exactly how that was said, but that could be sent on or forwarded or sent to Ben. That would be great.
Sure. Out of Cornell. And I can
Cornell.
forward you something about it.
Okay, thank you. But I just wanted to make it clear that it wasn't, when you're looking at greenhouse gases or source energy, it's not done just as a D rate on electricity. It's applied to natural gas as well. As far as the effect on the Century Center and the building and the town's, wanting to go towards electrification, I don't quite know how to answer that. I'm not sure what is meant really by the town having a goal of electrification. And so it would take analysis. Basically, what I can say is if greenhouse gas emissions net zero is chosen, then we would take the most up-to-date conversion factors we know of and possibly, with extra research from Cornell, applied as well. And we would do an analysis, and that would inform what are the best systems for that building. And I can't say right now whether that means it would head towards natural gas or towards electricity. But I can say that in past projects, it usually means natural gas.
If I can add one thing, that you have to realize that a lot of the electricity is generated by natural gas.
Mm-hmm.
The power plants burn natural gas. So, it's not a direct comparison that we want to go get away from natural gas at the source, because very often, depending on where you are located, the electricity that you're getting may be generating 3 times, maybe using 3 times the amount of natural gas at the power plant. So if you want to take into account the embedded greenhouse gas component of natural gas, then that would also have to be taken into account. So it's a very good discussion. It's a little compliment. You folks understood these concepts much faster than we thought you would, and you've taken them off onto a higher plane, and that's good. So it's good to have these discussions, but you have to remember that natural gas is also used in power plants, so we cannot just be looking down on natural gas at the site.
Yeah, appreciate that comment. Thank you.
I'm just going to ask Lydia and council that the EAB and Ben, maybe Christian can do a presentation to EAB, because EAB has talked about electrification. And so I think it would be really important for the EAB, which is our Environmental Advisory Board, to understand this conversation about the way the town is thinking about getting to net zero with her buildings. I'm just going to make that recommendation.
Mr. Manager, did you hear Randy's recommendation?
I sure did, and that no problem. That's fine.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right. Good conversation. Good comments. Anyone else want to chime in here and speak? Give some feedback to Joe. Give some feedback to Ben, or our consultants that are with us. Damon?
I guess I just wanted to repeat the sort of thanks for all the presentations, because I think both our in-house staff presentations and the work that Jim did on, and of course from Suit Associates, I mean, it's just been really informative to me, and I'm so appreciative.
Yeah.
It sounds like
Thank
the
you.
direction, or we're going to get some kind of resolution at a future meeting about which of these strategies we'll settle on, but it sounds like there's some consensus being built here around what we believe. So I assume we just sort of wait to get this back as a future agenda item. Is that right?
That's the way I believe we're outlining it, laying it out. Yeah.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you for that summary, Damon, because I echo the thanks of everyone here. Kind of forgot about Jim back at the beginning. Sorry, Jim. We've had a lot of information, a lot of education, and it was a great recap of a lot of the material in our packet, and appreciate the way you put it together. So, but we look forward to hearing back I guess, from y'all in the spring sometime, Joe. So thank you for this report.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thanks.
Bye, y'all. And yeah, there's whoever's sharing can go ahead and hit stop share, I guess. Yeah. All right. Mr. Manager, our next item, the Orange County Transit Plan update. I was actually communicating with Kathy just a little bit about this presentation and how much we needed to go into it or not. I know ultimately it gets referred, I guess, to our advisory boards, but let's bring whoever wants to go ahead and tee it up. Let's talk about it a little. Because after this, there's 2 more items, and then we have the closed session. So.
Okay, so Zach's going to make the staff report, and Zach, if you know where we are, we're at 10 o'clock already. So.
Yeah. So I do have a presentation ready. I think this item was almost purely informational. So if, for the purposes of time, all the information in my presentation was in the staff report in the agenda packet. I think, like the mayor mentioned, the intention is to take something to advisory boards, and then if we have more things we need to bring back at a later date, we will do so January, February, depending on how things move forward.
Okay, so thank you for that, Zach. So I think board members, what we do is, if
There's a
everyone,
resolution.
who's moving the resolution?
Oh, I just said there is one, but I can move it unless
No.
Randy may have something or Damon.
I was trying to flip ahead to the packet and I heard people start talking. So
Yeah, I have a quick question for Zach.
Okay.
And that is, Zach, on the 203 Roberson, the 203 Roberson project connector, which is going to be, the proposal really requires speaking with property owners. Could you just say a little bit more about that? I was trying to read between the lines, but can you just say a little bit more?
So from the initial research we've done, there's a public easement, some right of way in the area. So from my conversations with Trish and Tina is really just to, first and foremost, talking to property owners, but see if there's some kind of land swap, something. I mean, there's that existing pavement kind of behind Open Eye, so it'd be an interesting opportunity to see, how much vehicle traffic is actually using that, and how can we kind of repurpose that space, or a land swap or something. I think the big interest there is seeing if we can find a space for a shelter on Main Street there and connect it over to the 203 project.
And would that include sidewalk on Roberson to the connector near Armadillo?
It would depend where along Roberson the connector came in. I'm not sure it could go all the way along Roberson, but we could look into that.
Okay, and what is there going to be a change in the kind of light, signal light at Roberson and Main?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. All right. Thanks. That's helpful. I think when it goes to advisory boards, if you could just amplify a little bit about that, so that they have a better sense of what's meant. Thanks, Zach. It looked good.
Thanks, Randy. Damon?
Just kind of second Barbara's motion.
All right. So Barbara moved the resolution. Damon seconded the motion. Are there any questions here before we go to a vote? I see Sammy and then Susan.
Thanks, Zach. Thanks for all the information in the presentation. I really appreciate the demographic breakdown, per project, and showing how the impact and who will be served. I thought that was very useful, not just residential, but commercial. One other metric that kind of relates to our conversation on the bike plan and the one we just had is metrics on greenhouse gas reduction impact. I know that there are ways to measure the amount of greenhouse gas reductions, and of course assumptions related to those factors that could be incorporated when you go forward and doing these kinds of presentations. So I just ask that you, I think Laura's even looked at some of those as she's translated costs in translating our climate action goals. So maybe if you could, collaborate with her and work towards having metrics that speak to our climate action goals per project.
Yeah, so I know for smaller things like this, it can be a little challenging. For some of our larger projects, specifically our projects that are funded through CMAQ, we have to do some kind of assessment like you're describing. And it's really just based on before and after counts. Really for bike and ped projects, we'd have to get and develop some kind of methodology for forecasting that diversion. And that's a little beyond the scope of my expertise, to say the least.
Well, I mean, if it's something that we need to hire a consultant with or advice on, Mr. Manager, I'd be interested in that exploration happening as an opportunity to operationalize these bike ped projects and translate their impact with our climate goals.
Mr. Manager, did you hear what Sammy was talking about?
I did. Sure. Yeah. I mean, that.
Honestly, it seems like a thought around that might even apply to the entire plan. I mean, if it's, the entire county has got, the same, kind of greenhouse goals that we do. And it might be something that be worked into the other jurisdictions could look at that also. So thanks, Sammy. Susan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Zach, thank you very much. I too really appreciate that matrix showing on the breakdowns of who benefits from the different projects. It was really helpful. I have just one question. I went through and added up the cost of the 8 projects, and it was about $3.5 million. And I'm just curious, is that kind of sort of what, if all went well, how much money we may get from the county? And is that why you picked these 8 projects, or are there other things in the hopper that if we got more money, we could throw in there as well? Just kind of curious, general thoughts on that.
So there are, I guess, 6 projects that are already committed for funding through the transit plan. And this money we get from them can be used as a local match for other funding sources. So South Greensboro Street is getting about $400,000 from transit plan. That's going to be our local match towards a CMAQ funding for the South Greensboro sidewalk. Morgan Creek Greenway is getting some additional transit funds. Estes Drive Bike and Ped is, I think it's about $200,000 off the top of my head. And then West Main Street, I don't think we'd gotten quite far along to have a exact number for that one yet. And same thing for Old Fayetteville. The 54 crossings looked like that would be funded entirely by transit money. It would look like it could be about $100,000, which would get us one of those 2 intersection locations. I have 2 indicated because that 54 was part of a corridor study. DOT has identified some potential improvements, and they're also looking at some other funding sources. So maybe we can stretch that transit money to get 2 crossings instead of 1. And then the other 2, which were just potential new projects that would we'd look for opportunities to fold these into this transit update if there becomes another call for capital projects.
All right, Susan, you good? Oh, did we lose Susan? Oh, Susan's coming back on. Susan, are you there? Susan, are you there?
I am here, and thank you very much, Zach.
Okay, all right, very good. Very good. Okay, so Sammy.
Sorry, another follow-up question, Zach. In the agenda abstract, you mentioned that in this planning process, there's an attempt to strike a balance between operations percentages versus capital percentages and how the funds get allocated. Could you share a little bit of what the current conversations and on that are, or the status of?
I don't have that in front of me. I just remember I was sitting in on that transit summit meeting, and really it was just querying the attendees about, there's kind of 2 questions. There was the capital versus operating, and then the more traditional transit planning questions of frequency versus coverage. So talking about those trade-offs and how we want to allocate the financial resources. I can certainly look into, and when I take information to advisory boards, see if I can have that information.
That would be really helpful for informing that conversation. And also within the context of the light rail, no longer being there, and how thinking is in terms of those percentages because of the light rail.
Thanks, Sammy. So we had a motion and a second. Damon, I just saw your hand up. Did you have something to add?
I'll follow up with Sammy separately. Thanks.
Okay, all right. So Barbara made the motion, Damon made the second. No more hands. All in favor of accepting the resolution, voting in favor of the resolution, say aye. Barbara?
Aye.
Sammy?
Aye.
Damon?
Aye.
Me? Aye. Susan?
Aye.
And Randy?
Aye.
Aye. Very good. All right. Zach, thanks a million. Thank you for the report, and thank
Thanks,
you
Zach.
for doing
No problem.
Thank you, Zach.
Right. We appreciate it.
Zach.
Good night.
All right, manager, next item.
Okay, so the next item will be an update from Trish regarding the mural for facing race and embracing equity. And Trish.
Hi, everyone. It's great to see you again tonight. I've got 3 slides for you just to run through these questions. So I'll share my screen. That one doesn't, well, there's 4 of that, but the first one doesn't really count. So, okay. This is following up on our discussion to move forward the installation of murals around the downtown that are supporting our commitment to Black Lives Matter. And this is about the mural at Town Hall, which will have the Carrboro Facing Race, Embracing Equity logo that's shown here on the first slide. So in the agenda item, well, you did adopt a resolution in October that identified Town Hall as the location for this mural, and also mentioned the desire for the installation to include community participation. I'm showing 3 locations on the east and south elevations that are basically the walls facing the town commons and the farmers market. Just have a couple of questions for you to answer. We do have estimates. We're getting estimates from several muralists, have obtained some already, and just want these details so we can finalize moving forward with the installations. So the locations are these 2 that basically face towards the east. The one here above the sign shop, it's up in the air, right where my cursor is currently, and then this other location above the doorway. This is a pretty visible location from the street, but obviously this is very prominent, very visible from the farmers market in its entirety. The other location is the south-facing wall. This is the stair tower on the basically the south and east face of the building, but this does face into the parking lot. It is visible from the farmers market, not quite as visible as the location here above the sign shop, excuse me, above the public works shop there. So that we do have just a resolution for you to consider about preferring if you have a preference for one of these locations, if how you'd like to see community participation in this. Really, none of these locations involve the actual painting by the community, unless we were to create some sort of a banner type of installation that would be then adhered to the building. That is a possibility. It is more expensive than just painting on the building itself. But there are other things we can do to promote the event and have interaction with the community while the painting is going on, and certainly after it's in place, so it can still have a community participation element. And then finally, if just recognizing, as you can see in the images, I'll just go back to it. The way we've shown the logo is like this because we've sort of depicted it on a piece of paper before. But the logo itself, as you can see on the first slide, is really intended to be the Carrboro name, the brand, logo, and then the words. The colors that are shown here for the Facing Race and Embracing Equity are a little bit like the background brick color, so we may need to have some background behind the logo and the words, just so they still do, you can still distinguish them from the brick background, but we're not envisioning that this entire white rectangle would be painted as part of this installation. And that's just something we wanted to clarify with you before we finalize the details about it. So those are the questions, and I'm happy to answer questions or discuss this with you, however is most helpful.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Trish. To me, it just kind of seems to make sense that if you need to vary the color to make it look better on the brick, but in terms of pulling down that white or whatever you're going to do behind the words. Personally, council members, I don't have a problem with that. And it makes sense that it might not involve other people because it's kind of up really high and it's just a pretty standard looking, our logo and those words. So that's kind of what I would think about that. And I don't know, I have no opinion about where, so I'm interested in just hearing what folks think about that. So those are my preliminary thoughts. Who wants to chime in? Damon?
I think the most visible location is preferable personally, but I don't have seriously strong feelings about it. I agree with you about needing to vary the paint color design to make it as visible and to stand out as much as it needs to. And if there needs to be community participation in this particular mural project, maybe those variations in color and design are something that community members can be a part of determining. That's the only thought I had about that. But yeah, so
Thanks, Damon. Yeah, I should say whichever one's the most visible is fine with me. It wasn't quite clear to me which one of those two was the most visible. It's a little hard for me to. But
yeah, I'm thinking the first one on the left of the slide there, just because it seems like that'll really be visible to people on the town commons and during the farmers market and so on. Whereas the other one on the right over here seems to really just face Bim Street, if I have the location correct.
Turns the other way. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Which seems less visible, but again, I don't have a strong preference.
Okay. All right, very good. Who else wants to chime in? Barbara and then Sammy?
Yeah, so I have a comment and then I have a question. So the front of Carrboro Town Hall faces Main Street. And that's my comment. My question is, I see this logo. I know Anita uses it, and I think I've seen it on the town website. I'm trying to figure out is this something that's supposed to be used? And I think this is a question for David. Is this a logo that's supposed to be used townwide? Because when I look at it, the logo, I'm saying, why am I only seeing it in a few places? And now we're getting ready to have a mural on a building. Like, how is this logo really supposed to be used is my question, because when I look at it, I think about across all our social media platforms, our website, email signatures, town documents. Have we adopted this logo, or again, how is it supposed to be used?
Well, I think it was.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I think it was developed by the GARE core team for use with the GARE efforts, and to date it hasn't been formally adopted by the council, but I think it's just more internal use related to GARE program activities.
Okay. I mean that to me that seems a little weird. I mean, because this won't be internal. I mean, this will be out for all to see. I mean, it just seems weird to me. I mean, we're using GARE as a tool and for training,
right?
To get us to a certain wherever we're trying to get, with race and equity and all that, and to just see it in certain places and not in others is weird to me, and it doesn't seem consistent. Right.
So when you adopted the Carrboro logo with our marketing efforts several years ago, it was a long program, and it was an open source logo, and it was designed to be used in different colors. And there's a lot of flexibility to it, and I think that what you're seeing here with GARE is consistent with what the original design of the core logo was. You'll see different colors. You've seen the green, you've seen purple, you've seen orange, and this was just something that like I said, the core team came up with.
So this is GARE and has nothing to do with Carrboro? This is because
I can't say it has nothing to do with it, because GARE is a core program of the town. So I think it has everything to do with Carrboro, but it's not. But it was specifically designed for GARE by the core team, whereas on marketing, on the town's website or other marketing pieces or whatnot, there's flexibility as to what is used and the color palettes that are used.
So in other words, what you're saying is it doesn't have to be used consistently anywhere with the town.
Correct.
Oh, I don't like that.
I mean, I don't know if I could jump in. I think we did. I don't remember the date, but Anita did, as one of her the reports on the work, did bring the logo to you. I think you all did take some action actually to approve this as the logo for our race and equity work. But it was in the resolution from October 18th, so that has been the design we've been pursuing for this location.
Oh, I don't have a problem with the design. I'm trying to figure out how it's how it's being used. I don't have a problem with the design.
Oh, okay.
It's fine. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
no,
you.
well, I mean, I think we're using it when we're working, well, we're using it when we provide information that is about the specific tasks and activities related to us learning about GARE and being a member of GARE, but also, I mean, I think it is sort of it's an umbrella of our work and commitment on advancing race and equity. So I think we're trying to do that. And, as the town moves forward with eventually adopting a racial equity action plan, I think, those things will all become more, as part of our work with the county. I would think that that's going to be more formalized. So, I mean, that would be my thinking.
Well, I mean, so our Carrboro Feel Free logo and this logo right here. I mean, because the word Carrboro is in there, and this is tracking right along with all the work that we're doing. So I don't know what the hesitation is about using it in a more consistent fashion. That's what's troubling to me.
I'm a little confused because
unless I'm missing something. Go ahead, Lydia. I'm sorry.
When we were talking about the open source use of Carrboro, it's like, for example, when we have, pride events, like the Carrboro, that's shot off to emphasize, pride colors. Or when we have parks and recreation events, the Carrboro logo shot off to look like parks and recreation look. When we have, you've seen all the renditions, right? All the different, when there's a holiday, it looks like a holiday. When the Carrboro Connects looks a little different. So I guess what I'm hearing from staff and what I think I understood was the only time I've seen this one used was its genesis with the GARE program. Now, as we expand the racial equity program, as we, kind of move forward on some of our, our resolutions around reparations and other things, I could see it also kind of adorning those materials or outreach or communications around it or whatever. But it's one of many that we use. That's the way I kind of looked at it. So, and to put it on the side of town hall, I think is, it's kind of, I think, that's one of the ways we would use it. I mean, but I don't know that any of the renditions of the Carrboro logo would replace all the others. They would just supplement each other all across a bunch of different things. That's kind of how I would think about it.
That's how they're using it.
Okay, well, you use it however you want to. I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, because we're literally, we have a mural with this. Like, why are we doing that? But what is the purpose of that? What is the value of it? What is the value of the location? How does all that fit together instead of just doing it? I mean, that's what I think about, with any of these murals, the location, the value of the message. What does it mean as far as our work going forward, both as a town and as a council? And I see more uses for this logo than just a mural and being, put here and put there. I just feel like it should be used more consistently. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, like who all and where all?
Say that again, Lydia. I didn't hear you.
Like by who and where and when?
Well, I know I've seen it on the website. I think Anita uses it pretty regularly. But if we're embracing this racial equity lens and diversity and inclusion and everything in between, I'm not clear why it couldn't be used on a town document or email signature, or this is what I'm thinking about. So that's why I'm bringing it up. like, how are we using it? Can we use it in a more consistent way? Does it not go along with what we say we're trying to do? So that was my question. That was why I asked the question.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, other council members want to respond to these thoughts or want to chime in on your thoughts about the presentation by staff? Let's go to Randy and then Susan.
Just quickly, again,
wait, I'm sorry. I think I had Sammy. I had Sammy already. I hadn't checked him off yet. I'm sorry. He was actually after Barbara.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to comment on the, well, firstly, I want to recognize what Barbara was saying. And what I think I understand is that in the same way that we have Carrboro Feel Free, we use that and we've defined that as our logo. There's an opportunity to be thinking of other variations as our logo. And this may be one of those. And so in the same way that we use Carrboro Feel Free, in all these ways, like this is one more that we should consider using. Does that approximate what
that's what
you
I
were
heard.
saying, Barbara? Am I understanding? I'm asking because I want to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I see it going along with everything that we're working on and where we're tracking. So I'm saying, why can't we use it more consistently instead of just spottily here and there? And here we are now saying we're going to do this mural on the building, and you know, we're not using it consistently ourselves. Like, what kind of message are we really sending with the mural, and about just the use of the logo in general? What does it mean to all of us?
Yeah, I think that's a broader question. And like, for example, we could include these logos at the end of our emails. I'd be happy to include this one and others that we may come up with as like variations. But I did want to comment, just design-wise, I'm bothered by this logo because of the way that, what can I see this slide? Embracing is long and the longest part of where Carrboro is. And so when you make a square, you have all this empty white space, both in the upper right and lower left, lower right corner. So perhaps if instead of a square, we could do like a circle to cut out a lot of that white space. I'm just getting very nitty gritty design here. So it's neither here nor there. Just in terms of location, I did notice because of the way Town Hall is turned slightly, that wall, the upper left one, does face the town commons a lot more than I was thinking it did before.
Yeah, thanks, Sammy. Let's see, Randy and then Susan.
Okay. I'm still uncomfortable with it not facing front. That bugs me. I wish there was a way to make it face front, even if it had to be on a banner and because there's not appropriate wall space, but whatever. I just wanted to say that. And I do feel that this design lacks pop. It's kind of it's hard to read. And it needs to pop a little bit more. Sammy may be correct in saying that it may be just the configuration of the way the words are stacked, that maybe another shape might work. But I mean, I just think, Barbara raises a question that's separate from actually putting a mural on the wall, which is, what is this about for us? And, and I think, if we could have the town have this on our email signatures with the disclaimer ahead of it, whatever. I mean, that's a start. And I think, Lydia, I absolutely agree that we've used our logo for everything. And we want to continue to be able to do that. But I think this makes a very important statement that's separate from that. So that's my 2 cents.
I guess one thought about this is something that Barbara raised at the very beginning of this conversation was, I don't think we ever intended that, in approving, or not even really approving, but by having this come forward as part of the GARE report, that it would be the visual we'd be putting on the side of town hall. So, I mean, maybe that's, a thought, like along the lines of what Sammy was saying, maybe this could be reworked a little to look a little more visually readable. And just like I didn't even really think about that, embracing how long it was, Sammy, until you pointed that out, and the idea that it might be able to be reworked and look a little better. And then maybe we more methodically approve it as a logo kind of approved by the town to use in many more things, not just and I don't mean this disparagingly, but not just part of a report we got from GARE several months ago that, we really didn't give a second look to, other than say, oh, that looks great, and then go on. So, so maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe I'm throwing more oil on I don't know. Maybe I'm making this more complicated than it needs to be. Susan hadn't spoken yet. Susan was next.
So at risk of making this more complicated than it needs to be, maybe this is a possibility to have that community participation, both looking at the placement of the words, but also if we're going to change where the words are located, I'm wondering, can we also change the colors so that they are bolder? And would this be an opportunity to turn this over to high school students or what have you, just to come up with some interesting designs that they may have? So that was just a suggestion. And then also the only other thing I wanted to mention was the possibility, if we also want a way to have this on the front of town hall as well, could we, in addition to our Black Lives Matter flags and LGBTQ flags and what have you, could we also do a flag like this as well, just to occasionally be flying that in front of town hall? So I was going to just suggest that as well.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. Barbara.
I had a question about the comments. I don't know if Trish knows or Anita knows, or what, but the color scheme for facing race, embracing equity, is there a story behind the brown, goldish, what's either Trish or Anita, why? I think I know why, but I would want to hear it from a staff member. The significance of the color scheme, I guess.
Sure. When the staff work group was talking about creating a logo, it was an exercise we did at our one of our training sessions, and Anita can jump in to augment my memory. But we did look at, initially we drew this out, and we actually took the words "facing race, embracing equity" are a takeoff on the Carrboro Feel Free. So it's FREE. Those 4 words spell that too. And so we were trying to take off from the Carrboro Free concept and make it work with, speaking directly to race and equity. So, so that was and I think Anita may have explained this when she brought the logo forward, but, of course, the town's logo is a green. And as the mayor was saying in the style guide, and as we've seen, it is an open source logo, and there are many adaptations of it, many variations that we're seeing of it. And, we talked about having the logo for the GARE effort and for our work on race and equity, have a green Carrboro, and then other colors. We talked about rainbow colors for the words. We talked about, all black letters, a variety of things for the words. But, we thought, well, why don't we actually make, the most dominant color in the logo, the name of the town, black, as opposed to green, like we normally do, so that we could really be making a statement that supported this is a different way to look at this whole question of branding. And And then we were looking at, we were looking at colors that, like you often see, skin colors, varying types of skin colors used in art to depict people who are from different, who are different colored. So the words are about that. The other words are sort of playing off that theme of really emphasizing the Black Lives Matter, using the color of the town's name in that as a black, using the color black to show that, as opposed to green, and then working the rest of the logo from that. So Anita may be on the call and can add to the conversation, but we did talk about other things, like, as you've seen, the rainbow representation of the town's logo and other things, but we chose this to talk about race. So
basically, the colors represent diversity. Is that what I'm, or right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Thanks, Trish. And I see that Anita's on the call too. Anita, do you have anything you want to add to what Trish said?
So I just was pretty much going to just summarize what Barbara just asked. That is pretty much, that combination of colors pretty much depicts diversity and Black and brown people. So we thought really deliberately about that color scheme. We went back and forth, but we wanted to make sure that when you saw that, you would also understand that it has something to do with diversity.
Yeah, great. Thank you. All right, so council members, it seems like we haven't arrived at really a consensus around this the look of the mural, where it's going to go, how it's going to be done. Can I get a proposal from someone on how to move forward with it? So we, maybe we need to cogitate on it a little more, or get, maybe a few of us together to kind of make a proposal to the rest of the council or something like that. Barbara?
Thank you, Lydia. So the first thing in my mind is, how are we using this logo going forward? I think to me, that's even before this mural.
So maybe that's a part of a discussion that a couple of us could have offline and bring back to the board. I mean,
yeah, I don't want to take the mural off the table, but I want us to get clear about how we're using the logo.
Okay. So would you and or someone else want to volunteer to have that conversation, and we can bring it back to a council meeting in January and kind of think through that a little bit?
Me and you?
You and me again? All right.
Oh, she said again. She don't like to work with me.
We came up with a good resolution. No, I'm happy. I'm happy to chat with you. Does anyone else want to join us?
No, it can be anybody, whoever wants to. And if you don't, I can.
No,
I'm a recommendation.
What's the task?
I can volunteer. I'm happy to volunteer.
Okay, so me and Damon.
Thanks, Damon. And I'm happy. I'm happy to chat too. Sammy, it's just kind of reframe, wrap our heads around, like Barbara's saying, before we even get to the mural, wrap our head around this logo and its usage and how it might go forward, and then that might inform us better on where we put it, how we put it, what it looks like, that kind of thing. So all right, well, why don't we do that, and then we'll come back in January with some guidance for staff, or actually for some talking points for us to kind of continue the conversation around it.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Barbara and Damon. That's great.
Thank you,
Thanks, Trish. And Anita.
Trish, Anita, thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. All right. Anything else, y'all, before we head on to Chief Schmidt? Okay. Mr. Manager?
You have an update from Chief Schmidt.
There we go. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council.
Good evening.
It's been a little while. A lot of information. Unfortunately, the partner information did not come out this evening. I'm not sure what's going on, so I'm relying purely on my notes from today. Just to kind of start off, As of this morning, we're at 3,913 cases in the county, 62 deaths. It's 199 new cases since last week. Works out to be roughly 29 to 30 cases a day. Still a lot, but compared to the neighbors, it is much less. Obviously, with those numbers, the emergency room visits have spiked in the last few weeks. One of the positives is the percentage of positive rate has gone down to 2.2, which is actually down from the previous week. She should be getting an update tomorrow. So testing has increased drastically. And one of her notes was that the community is doing a very good job practicing the 3 Ws. And that'll come up again in a minute. Obviously, the end of this week and next week, as we kind of get 2 weeks out from Thanksgiving, that'll be the true test as of how responsive people were. But one interesting thing. So as of today, 92,473 COVID tests have been completed. Just during the week of November 15th, they completed over 8,500 tests in Orange County. So people were following the recommendation of getting tested before they went out of town. We're up to 53% of the population, which is a 6% increase over last week. Contact tracing is going well, but they have asked the state for 5 additional contact tracers and investigators, just kind of planning for the worst case scenario. If the numbers do spike, they have those people on board. And currently, they're able to contact people within 24 hours of a positive, contact people within 24 hours of a positive reading or a positive outcome on a COVID test. The only outbreaks are still at a correctional facility, long-term care facility, not in town. There's also 4 clusters, a group home, an exercise group, a retail store, and daycare. And to the best of my knowledge, none of these are in our community either. On to kind of the bigger news, and this is where my notes kind of wean off, but the vaccine task force. The task force is meeting tomorrow. They're currently looking at the state plan, trying to prioritize those groups, 1A, 1B, 2, 3, and 4. They're saying they're expecting the vaccines will trickle in, very limited in the beginning, but as time goes on, they'll get more supplies. And the plan is to get it out as quickly as possible. They are going to be working directly with the hospitals just to ensure there's no duplication of priority groups and people going through. And it's possible the vaccines could be here as early as December 14th. That's unofficial. There's a couple. Pfizer's looking for approval on the 10th, and there's another group on the 14th. At this time, they've done a survey, and they indicate from this early results of the survey, about 50% of the people will take the vaccine. What's interesting too with the vaccine is the hospital saying that this will not be like a drive-through like the flu shot. This will actually be, they'll have to make an appointment because of the amount of paperwork that's going to be involved with the vaccine. They're still pushing flu vaccinations. Friday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. up at Cedar Grove Community Center, they're doing a children's vaccination clinic for children ages 6 months to 18 years of age. We will have our COVID testing on a Sunday at McDougal School from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. We've got a sign out in front reminding people. Still daily testing in at Whitted up in Hillsborough, and then one of the UNC lots in Chapel Hill. We had some conversation on community spread, and the indication from the health department is the spread is truly coming from social community gatherings. It's not, that's where they're seeing the majority of the spike in the county. And what else do we have? The December food distribution is going to be combined with the holiday distribution. Looking through, that's the majority of it. So with the vaccine task force, someone from each community will be on the task force. I'll be representing Carrboro. So as that group begins to meet, I'll be able to bring information back. We just had a really brief conversation, but at this point, it sounds like I just want to kind of finalize plans with the state and then start to identify. And one of the things they're discussing is what is that 1A, 1B? Is it firefighters? Is it police officers? Or is it strictly EMS, nurses, doctors? And that's where some of the discussion comes in. So those are some of the things they're working on. But as the information comes in, we'll be meeting, I believe it's twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays. So once that gets going in earnest, I'll absolutely continue to report that out as well. That is the only, going back to our numbers, we saw a little bit of a spike. The last couple of weeks, we were up 6-7% a week, but it's back down to about 5%. I sent out today's no cases in Carrboro and only 2 cases in 27516. So I do agree with Quintana from the standpoint of the resident, and I think I said this at our last meeting, going back to one of the first meetings we had after we really had the lockdown, and they were looking at cellular data, determining distance traveled, and Orange County residents were at the top of the list as far as the shortest amount of distance traveled, which indicated they were staying home. And I think that the attitude of the county residents is still that same. They're adhering to the testing, they're following direction, wearing masks. You're still, again, I've said this before, with the human behavior, you're always going to bump up against people's opinions, people's feelings, people's thoughts. And so, but overall, I think the county is doing a good job. The residents are doing a good job following the information. We also had a lot of discussion on, do we reach a point when we're flooding people with too much information and it just becomes white noise? At this time, the PIOs, or the public information officers, are indicating Monday, Wednesday, Friday to continue to push out information, trying to put something in the subject line or at the top to kind of grab people's attention. So if there's something significant to look at, so just trying to encourage people to continue to read the emails, continue to read the notifications, and not just treat it like white noise. So based on that, I get on my screens here. Any questions?
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that update. Let's see, Randy.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief. I heard the governor's update today, and Dr. Mandy Cohen, and it really, you guys are doing a great job up and down the line. You really are, in terms of getting the information out and the clarity with which there's a cogent game plan. It's very reassuring. I do want to ask, though, do you have any sense of how the slow COVID NC program is going, and whether or not folks are signing up, and how useful that is?
So interestingly, this was 2 weeks ago. There were well over 333,000 people signed up on slow COVID. One of the research groups we work with in the Triangle actually met with the state fire marshal, and there's some internal surveys going on in the fire service with an encouragement of firefighters and EMS to make sure they sign up for the program as well, because we really are on the front lines of that. But a lot of positive things have come out of that from the standpoint of just trying to get that message out, kind of explaining what's behind it and the purpose of it. And, because same thing, you kind of bump up against, well, what are they going to do with the data? Are they watching where I am? Those types of things. So they talk a lot about how they make it anonymous with the data, and the data points just come in and they don't know who the person is, but really making a push to show the importance of the app and what it does and how it can help reduce the spread.
Yeah. I want to thank you for that, because I think that long term that's going to be useful. I think a lot of folks traveled during Thanksgiving.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm just in my neck of the woods, a lot of people traveled. And so, and I think that they're falsely assuming that because a vaccine will be available, it will be available to them, and so, I think pushing the slow COVID, in addition to the 3 Ws, continues to be important. But yeah, thank you for your effort, and, let us know how best we can get the message out.
Absolutely. There is one more thing, and Mayor Lavelle, I don't know if you want to talk about it, but Mayor Lavelle brought up a really good question to Quintana, and it was involving people that have already tested positive. And what Quintana shared was they have seen some instances of people getting sick again. So and I think the mayor asked, do they still have to wear masks? What is the recommendation? And it was still absolutely wear your mask. And the recommendation was absolutely get a vaccine, because now that we're starting to see, it's a small number, but still they are seeing some people get reinfected. I don't remember how many different mutations there have been, but it has mutated since it started.
And it was even more, Chief. One of the reasons I really asked the question was I've kind of heard about that also, but I had heard of a lot of folks who, now that they've had it, are just like out there not worrying about it. And so they're not wearing a mask or whatever, and they need to, because it just creates confusion anyway.
It does. And I definitely think that that's a message that needs to continue to get pushed too.
Right. Okay. I had Susan, and then it looks like Barbara, and then Sammy.
Excuse me. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
I had just a couple questions in terms of the rollout of the vaccine. And I'm curious if this may be something that the task force is dealing with at the next meeting, but has there been conversation yet in terms of groups that there may be a vaccine mandate? So I'm thinking students going back into the K through 12 classrooms, or residents in long-term care facilities, inmates. Has there been discussion about mandates for those populations?
I did get an email back from Quintana, and I will forward it out to the group after this. Per Quintana, she said at this time, they're not considering a vaccination mandate. The COVID-19 will be under an emergency authorization use. So I'm not certain that a vaccine can be mandated under an EUA. She has shared that with the county legal counsel, so they are looking into it. But that was her initial response today. And like I said, I will forward that to the group.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, I was just curious in terms of kids going to school, and if they don't have their vaccinations, I didn't know how this would apply to that. But anyway,
it's one of the, it feels like a million different questions, we're trying to figure out. And it's unbelievable.
I'm sure.
It is.
Just one more question for you. UNC, Chapel Hill, in terms of the, this 1A, 1B group and students, faculty, staff that have, they're high risk, have pre-existing conditions. Will UNC Chapel Hill handle the distribution of the distribution of the vaccine to those folks, or will they have sort of their own distribution going?
So she does indicate.
How will this all work?
I do know that the health department is working with the university and with the hospital. She does indicate that UNC Chapel Hill will administer a vaccine on campus, but has no information on the plans. And so they are, like I said, they're working with the hospital and with the university. And basically, if a student, faculty, or staff meet the phase 1 priority group, they'll be able to receive the vaccine. So then it goes into that coordination of, do they get it at the university? Do they get it at the hospital? Do they get it through Orange County? And then trying to work out those logistics so they know where to go to get the vaccination. And, we try to eliminate the duplication.
All right.
Thank you, Chief.
All right. Thanks, Susan. Barbara, and then Sammy.
Hey, Chief. So North Carolina, are we with Pfizer as far as I thought I saw that somewhere or heard that somewhere.
So
talked about
Pfizer, and I apologize. Pfizer's looking for approval on the 10th, and it's likely they'll get it on the 14th. There's another group, and I don't remember the name.
Moderna.
Moderna. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I think they're the ones that are next, and they're getting it on the 17th. I have not heard yet as far as which vaccine is coming to.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's all still kind of up in the air as well.
Okay, and since you can't make people take this vaccination, I mean, people will, then some won't. I'm not in a hurry to be in the front of the line, for one. What percentage, and I thought I heard this somewhere too, but I don't know if you know, what percentage of Americans would need to be vaccinated to make any kind of, difference? You know what I mean, Chief?
Yeah, I do. And unfortunately, I do not know the answer to that.
Yeah, I thought I had heard that somewhere like 70 or 80% or something. Maybe is that right, Randy? Is that what you heard?
Yeah, I think I heard 78%. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I needed. Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
Thanks, Barbara. All right, Sammy.
I just wanted to make a comment. If people are getting reinfected, then likely if people get the vaccination, does that also mean that people would have to wear masks?
It's one of the things we do have to discuss. I don't this is just Dave Schmidt talking. I would suspect that this is going to follow a flu where you're going to have the potential for a different vaccination each year based on the previous year's strain. And so, yeah, and that's yet another question that has to be answered is, do masks become part of, the fall and the winter or the flu season where they hadn't before? So there's just so much that has to get answered.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay. Thanks, Sammy. Chief, thank you for sticking around to chat with us tonight.
You're welcome.
We really appreciate it.
My pleasure. You betcha. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, can I have a motion to go into closed session? Motion by
Moved.
Motion to go into closed session. I also wanted to, Nick, if you're there, I wasn't sure if it was for the same reason. I'd sent the
This is for something that Nick emailed out about several days ago. So
yeah, I'd emailed to the council wanting to check in with Nick about an item too. I just wanted to make sure as we're telling the public what it's for, that we're accurately telling them for the item that I wanted to talk about.
They're both matters of attorney-client privilege.
Okay,
So.
thank you.
So motion by Damon, second by Randy. All in favor, say aye. Randy?
Aye.
Sammy?
Aye.
Barbara?
Aye.
Me? Aye. Damon?
Aye.
Susan?
Aye.
Okay. All right. So Kathy, tell us when we're turned off.
All right. Rob, you can go ahead and shut the live feed.